hold. Go.
What is going on, fellas? Another Joshi pod is here. Tokyo Joshi Squad has returned with another show. This time, no actual reactions. We might actually do something special, maybe not, for Dream Queendom on Monday, I think it is.
Yes, I'm
But tonight, we're going to do some really cool stuff. We're going to go through Dream Queendom, and we're going to go through First Dream, which is a few days after Dream Queendom, both Marigold and Stardom. Also, we're going to throw in the prediction between the IWGP double title match at Wrestle. I almost call it Wrestle Dream Queendom. I tried to mix Dream Queendom and Wrestle Kingdom at the same time.
Look at you.
I was this close to calling it Wrestle Queendom. Wrestle Kingdom. That's gonna be cool. And also, we're gonna do something very interesting, something different here. You guys know on my show last year, I do a year-end awards. I closed the polls earlier. Surprising winners. Jason has already seen them.
Oh, I
very,
know.
very surprising winners on there, aren't there? No, some not so surprising. Some are very surprising.
You might get a kick out of some.
Yeah. And then we're also going to do 2026 Joshi predictions. I know last year, me and Jason did 2025 ones for just wrestling in general. But this is a Joshi podcast, so we're just going to keep it strictly to Joshi. So, yeah. With me, my colleagues as always, Jason Ingram from Blitzball Champ. What's going on, my brother?
What's going on, folks?
We got Al from the Tokyo Joshi. I must have said Cyber Squad. That's a different podcast he's doing, but he's part of ours. We both technically have the same first name of the show.
That's true. Happy holidays.
Yeah, happy holidays, you guys. And then another good friend of mine, Rockus. What's going on, buddy?
What's going on, folks? Hopefully everybody had a good Christmas, and if you're the Northeast, hopefully you're dug out of the snow.
Nope, they let it snow. We let it snow and let it go.
And also got to give a shout out to all the Canadians. Hope everybody had a awesome Boxing Day.
Yeah, Boxing Day. I don't know how they celebrate, but I'm gonna ask.
This is when we need Al, because Al is in Toronto and Al can tell us all about Boxing Day.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
I'm talking.
Good point.
Oh my god, I feel so bad. I've been calling you Al this whole time. This is Andy. My bad.
You're all good, brother. You got that eggnog hangover.
No, I don't do eggnog. That's the thing.
I don't either. That stuff is blah.
All right.
People either love it or hate it.
Well, I wouldn't know. I've never had it. But anyways,
you're not missing anything.
All right, so I'm Matt the Misfit. As always, welcome to the show. Anybody, this is live, by the way. I for sure would have told you that. If not, whatever. But yeah, we're gonna start the show that's actually coming up this weekend actually. The 5th annual Stardom Dream Queendom live from Ryogoku Corrigan Hall, or as Mayu Iwatani would like to try to pronounce it multiple times.
It's a tricky one.
I unfortunately do not have the clip of her doing it, but it's funny when she does it. It broke Julia, so.
Andy, correct me if I'm wrong. Ryogoku Kokikugan.
Kokugikan.
Kokugikan. Gotcha. I was close. Close. Dang it.
I had to practice so much for Grand Princess coming up. We're not going to talk about Grand Princess today, but I've been practicing. Ryogoku Kokugikan.
I shouldn't have any excuse because I've been there.
You've been there, right?
Ah,
I think multiple times that went in the whole setting.
Beautiful venue, by the way. Beautiful venue. I highly recommend. It was my favorite venue when I went to Japan. Highly recommend it.
They hung Cam from there.
That's true.
Yeah, it's a beautiful venue. And shout out, I believe they have officially sold out for Dream Queendom. I believe that was made official.
I think so, but I think he may be opening up more seats.
Maybe opening up more seats. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a huge venue, so I mean.
So, business-wise, I will say when we get to predictions and stuff like that for your not the game awards, but the Joshi predictions. I would say like business wise, they've been doing really really well this year.
Oh
So
yeah.
so
Okay, gentlemen, shall we begin?
yeah, let's you know what? Well, let's kick off with the match that really the Rambo, which I'm very surprised they're doing one, but I'm not against it.
So there's one before that. There's actually one match before that.
Oh, I was just one. Okay, no stardom. They're going to start with the Rambo though.
Yes. So, first match is a tag team match, and it is we have the team of Ann Kanaya and Motoi Hamambe taking on another rookie team in the form of Emma Maishima and Kikyo Furusawa.
Your standard new blood match has been added to the show. Hmm. I love me some Mashima, and then she is crazy. Um, hmm. But I love Matoya. Matoya. I mean, I'm gonna go with Mashima and Kikyo on that one.
Mashima and Kikyo for you.
Mhm.
Andy, what you thinking?
I think it's kind of a coin flip because like part of me wants to say Mashima and Kikyo just because they've been around a little longer, but then once I say that, I'm like, they haven't been around a little longer. Technically, Matoy and Ane have been around longer. They've just been hurt.
Right.
So I think it could really go either way, but I'm gonna roll with my girl, Kikyo. Pinkies up.
Pinky's up. Okay, okay. Rockus, what you got?
It's interesting because I'm in the same boat as Andy, where I think it's a coin flip. Because on one end you have Matori and Anu who are coming back from injuries,
Mm-hmm.
and their like I said, their debuts were long hype in Stardom terms. A little bit more than Kikyo and Emma's are, but Emma and Kikyo have taken advantage of the fact that they've been active.
Right.
So they've actually stood a little bit more. But and this is also, I would say, the battle of the unclaimed. Because keep in mind, none of these Joshis are in a unit.
Right.
Right.
So I would probably say in this case, experience, even relative to the ring, rather chronologically, rather than actually being in the ring, will win out. I think Emma and Kikyo will take it. And an added bonus, I think either at this point or by the end of the card,
Right.
they both will be in units.
Well,
Okay.
I know
Hmm.
Emma is, I believe, a freelancer because I believe she just not long saw her on the Grand Destiny show. So which is crazy to say that she did both this year. um, but yeah, I don't know where Montoya is going to end up at this point. Because I know she wanted to be with God's Eye, but
So,
it seems like Neo Genesis is trying to quote her.
so I'm gonna be the one that stands differently. I'm actually gonna go Matoy and Ann, mainly
Interesting.
because I feel like they're hot coming back.
Right.
Um, and the interesting thing is Matoy wrestled in last year's Dream Queendom, so it's really good to see her back for this year. And I just really feel like this is an opportunity to really get them more established. So I'm actually gonna say Matoy and Ann pick up the
Okay.
victory.
Alrighty. Alrighty.
So
I think
I'm all by
I'm
myself on
not.
that one.
Listen. I'm not going to be mad with your win. Uh, but like my toy, not my toy, but Emma's got them long legs, and we saw how that happened with his matches. The way she is able to contort her body.
True, that is true.
So yeah, she might wrap somebody up in a pretzel and then pretzel herself. while doing the wrap up pretzel.
Yeah, that very possible.
But yeah. Let's go on to the next match, which is the Rambo, which I don't think they had one last year.
No, they didn't.
Is this the first time they're doing one on this show?
I think so.
Okay.
And I have to say, it's very loaded. It is a very loaded Rambo. Um, so this is the year-end Stardom Rumble. The competitors we have, um, in no particular order: B. Priestley, Momokogo, Yuria Hime, Yuna Mizumori,
The new high speed champion.
the new high-speed champion, Saki Kashima, Ami Sore, Hina, Lady C, Rana Yagami, Kyoka Kotatsu, Waka Tsukiyama, Rion, Mei Sera, Miyu Amasaki, Akira Kuragane, Koguma, Rina, Azusa Inaba, Fukigen Def, and Olympia.
Before we continue, I want to give a special happy birthday to Rena and Hina, as they just turned, I believe, 19. I believe.
Yes.
So, well, it's their birthday in Japan right now, so it'll be the 28th in a few hours here. So yeah, so happy birthday to them. But
And, yes.
why don't I get the feeling this is not all the names? Because I know how I know how this works, because they announce like advertise names and then they just throw because like they did with the Starlight the Kid did with that one and had, oh my god, who was it that came in?
So
Jono
that's
Kiona out of nowhere.
so this is 20 people so far. I mean, that's pretty. It's a decent size.
So I mean, we might as well talk about it since B Priestley is in the match. The other night at I think it was the New Blood show. They did, or no, it might have been the Christmas show. They had a video play of a mystery,
Oh
I
yeah,
guess streamer thing,
yeah, that was the Christmas Eve show.
which I'm under the impression that is Dakota Kai.
You think she?
Even
You
though,
think
and no,
she?
it's not Tam Nakano. I've seen somebody say Tam Nakano. Like, yes, notable streamer Tam Nakano. um,
You think she gets added to this Rumble?
maybe. I think because whoever this is going to be feuding with B Priestley obviously at this point. It kind of makes sense based on how they set that up.
Hmm.
Either she's in the Rumble, or she might eliminate B Priestley. But not saying she's winning it. But I think somehow Charlie, as she's going by, or
Mm-hmm.
Coda. Is she going by King Coda or
I,
Charlie?
I think her social media handle is King Coda, but I think she might be going by Charlie.
Okay. I think she'll make the presence known on this show. Who I think is going to win it, I don't know, because as far there's nothing, they're not really fighting for anything.
True.
I'm going to
At
go
least not that
with.
we know
Let me
of.
see. Let me look at this look here. Let me look. I got to bring that back up here. I'm going to go. I'm going to go with a safe pick and go with Rena.
Who are you going with?
I'm going to go with Rena for now.
Rena? Okay. I have not a slightest clue. I'll defer to you, Andy.
You know, if the first match was a coin flip, this is a dart throw. Because I think you just throw a dart at the wall and see who it lands on. I think Rena's a solid pick. I'll go with B Priestley. I feel like B coming back in, they're gonna throw her a bone and kind of give her this victory.
Raucus?
Well, Andy, you read my mind, but you read it for different reasons. I'd say that B Priestley's gonna win, but this will be the start of the betrayal.
Oh
She'll
snap!
probably win by
Okay.
eliminating another member of Stars, probably Komomo, with the help of either King Coda, or she might even go back to her old name, Evie.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, she's not using she's. I think she's using Charlie.
Yeah, Charlie.
Yeah. Well, they've been the help of Charlie, and that'll start the rumblings of probably an all Gaijin unit emerging in Stardom.
Oh snap!
So one of my predictions, it's more of I think it was an honorable mention, has Charlie in it. I'll explain what my bitch faction with her. I'll explain it when we get to that. It is an out there pick, but it's you might not like it. I'll just say that.
Oh, but yeah, like I guess if I gotta name somebody, just because she's in it, Ami. Y'all know how I am about Ami.
Oh, of course. Of course.
That's all I got. That's all I got.
I just wish this Rambo had like some type of
Stakes.
yeah.
They'll probably usually they get a trophy or something, right? But I don't think it really means anything.
Because look at New Japan because they're gonna do a Rambo at Wrestle Kingdom. They always do one. The winner gets usually a shot at the championship.
I think that might, because the thing is they haven't advertised one, because they are doing that never open weight 6-man gauntlet.
Right.
So I don't know. They might skip it. I mean,
I don't know. They got 11 more days.
yeah. But I'm under the impression they may do something like whoever wins this Rumble may be somebody by the end of the night that makes some sort of challenge.
Mm.
That's what I'm thinking could happen.
I don't know. I think the person who's going to make the challenge is going to be the person who's in the next match.
So speaking of the next match, oh, Blood Money, welcome to the stream. Says, have you guys watched AEW World's End and also the tag tournament? For me, World's End, no. The tag tournament, yes.
I watched up to. They just started on the multi mix.
The mixed nuts match.
Yeah, that one.
Mixed nuts mayhem.
I'll tell you, the finals, the C2. There are some people might actually not be very happy of. Let's just say Kyle Fletcher is not very good when it comes to the semifinals.
Uh-oh. Noted. Okay, next match. Tag team action and a return to the ring, as we have one of my favorite tag teams in Karate Brave of Shuri and Tomoka Inaba of God's Eye taking on the returning Starlight Kid and Azumi Starbomb of Neo Genesis.
Okay, spoiler. I wasn't talking about this match, but I said the person is going to come out at the end of the show. Never mind. the way I'm going to have this pointed on Wikipedia, never mind. But yeah, I'm very.
Clearly, you meant Fuwa-chan.
I know. I was talking about the Michael match. But yeah, this is. Oh, I'm very excited to see this match. This match is going to slap all types of slaps. Yeah.
They very quietly just threw this together and threw it on the card.
And I said, yes.
It's kind of an interesting choice for a Starlight Kid return match.
I'm not against it, though.
Me neither. Me neither.
Which tells you, yeah, they were going to do this team in the 5-star. I'm not 5-star. The
Goddess
yeah.
Tag League.
Yeah. This better be the team they go with next year. None of this O2 line bullshit. Okay.
Yeah, that team does not need to compete in a tournament again.
No. But yeah.
Um, so
Yeah. Ooh.
so who you thinking, Misfit, for this one?
I'm gonna have to break your heart here, Jason. I know you really want the Karate Brave do something, but this is a Starlight Kid returns match. I think Starlight Kid's gonna pin Tomoka Inaba to get the win here for a Star Bomb, which is gonna also protect Shuri and ahead of her match with Saya Kamatani at Wrestle Kingdom.
As much as I will be cheering for Karate Brave, I will have to agree. Starbomb
It's gonna
wins
be a
this one.
fantastic match, by the way. I'm just gonna say that right now. This will be fantastic, though.
Yeah, but I will have to agree. Starbomb for the win. It's Starlight Kid returning. I don't think she returns to a loss. Andy?
Yeah, I think the same exact thing. I think Starlight Kid, I think Tomoka's there to eat this fall. And like Misfit said, you kind of protect Shuri on her way to Tokyo Dome, which is it's a little bit of an odd point. You think you'd want to like build Shuri up a little bit, but I
Exactly.
guess if she's just doesn't factor in, it kind of protects her on her way to
Well, I
January
mean,
4th.
to be fair, they really haven't built up that match either. So,
That
You're
is
not
true.
lying.
actually, majority of this card's not really had any type of.
Yeah, especially Takeshita Suji. That has no build up at all. Whew. Ruckus.
I would have to say I would have to be the outlier here.
Wow.
I think Karate Brave's gonna win.
Oh shoot!
I believe though that Tomoka is gonna pin Ozzy.
Oh
You protect
snap!
that's okay.
Wow.
You protect that's okay in her return match. She doesn't need the pin. But if we're going if they're going to do what we've all wanted them to do, this is the time to do it. Start planting the seeds of Tomoka already looking in Neo Genesis way.
Now
Well,
you've
when,
really got
And
my
just
attention.
well,
mhm.
wouldn't she have to pin the leader though?
Who said SOK was the leader? He's
Oh
been
SLK,
gone
snap!
for a bit.
What do you according to
they did a whole match to determine
yeah,
who's the leader.
according to
I know.
All-Star Grand Queendom.
I mean,
I
there's
know,
that,
but
but
then again, I'm just trying to light the Enigma cannon, saying like, "Hey, defend your girl Osmi." But at the same time, though, I don't. I think that's okay. We'll see it that way. Say like, "Oh, you pin somebody that is who I consider an equal.
okay.
Maybe you pique my interest."
I like how Ruckus is viewing this card. He's got a lot of factions changing and new factions, all kinds of things coming together.
I think there is a certain part of the show when we get to it that me and Rockets are so sold on when it comes to the main event. But we'll talk about it when we get there. Um, but yeah,
And blood money is going Kid and Azumi.
yeah, you're the odd man out here, Rockets.
But I like how he came about it. I like how he came about it. I can respect that. Okay. Now it's about to get really interesting because I definitely think with this next match, one of these teams is a big old cheat code, and you'll see why. Next up, we have an 8-person tag match, and it is loaded. Team number 1, we have Megan Bain, Zaina, Hanako, and Micah. Whew, that's just so cheap. Taking on Mi Vida Locas, Suzu Suzuki, Rina Yamashita, Bozilla, and the loudest one of them all, Izuki Aoki.
Hold on, where? So is Korigani not on this show? Oh no, never mind. I say it. Never mind.
Yeah, she's in the Rumble.
Okay. I like how Micah basically said, if we're going to do this 8-woman tag match, no slacks on our team. Sorry, Rion. Sorry, Waka.
I mean, shoot. They might as well just go ahead and just bring Megan Bane officially into Eden XSV.
And if they do that, I want them to rename the entire faction to the Divine Kingdom.
It's a
They
much better name.
they need to change it to something different. That's for sure. Cause
I don't even care that that's a tag team name. The NWO had NWB team and NW Japan.
The Venus isn't even in the group anymore.
yeah, exactly. There's no Venus.
Speaking of birthdays, happy belated birthday to the Venus, Mina Shirakawa.
Oh yeah, that's right. It was day after Christmas, or was it
Yeah.
Christmas?
26th, I
Yeah,
think. Yeah,
yeah, the day
26th.
after Christmas.
Nice, very nice.
She liked my tweet, by the way, on that, so that's pretty cool.
She got herself a baby shark cake. That was interesting to see.
Oh,
Interesting.
side note, I do want to send our before we continue the. I know we're gonna get to Marigold in a little bit, but uh, I do want to give our condolences to Mai Utani, the loss of
Uh,
one of her cats.
yeah, sorta. Yeah.
So, thoughts with you, Mai. But anyways, uh, I'm gonna go with. I'm not calling them EXV. I'm gonna call them Divine Kingdom because that's their name. Uh, for the win here. I,
Um.
just how cool, just how much cooler is that name to say
Oh,
out
it's so
loud?
much cooler. So
Yeah,
much better.
it's like 10 times cooler. Um. I'm gonna have to agree. Definitely. Like I said, that team is a cheat code, and I
Yeah.
think the cheat code is going to dominate. And actually, I'm gonna agree with Blood Money here. I will have to say Izuki Aoki eats the pin. I agree with him.
Um, for
Andy, what you
for
got?
Aoki.
Yeah, I'm most excited just to see Megan Bane and Bozella back in the ring together.
Oh yes.
I think that's going to be awesome. Yeah, I mean, this other team is just physically so much bigger and taller. And if I'm going to suspend my disbelief, right, and you kind of get these four ladies up against these other four ladies in a fight, the bigger, taller, stronger team's probably going to come away as the victor. So I'm going Team Divine Kingdom.
Raucus?
This would probably be the match I would say it would end in a time limit draw, probably.
Hmm.
Interesting.
Main, Mainly because as much as that team is a cheat code, Bozilla has proven herself to be a cheat code. And and she has had her sights on Megan Bane for how long? And those two might wind up taking each other out and or taking themselves out to the point where everybody else goes in and then suddenly you hear the bell because they're too busy brawling outside.
Interesting. Okay.
You know what else I noticed here? In this match is a former Dream Queendom main event. Micah and Suzuki, where Micah beat
Oh
Suzu
yeah, that is true.
to win the title. So there's history there. Obviously, we go back to the people like to claim that was not the planned 5-star finals. I call BS on that. I will always call BS on that. It just made sense for. If I'm being honest, it made sense. That made way more sense for 5-star finals than what they were trying to tell us it was, right?
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, so Rox is going with time withdrawal. The rest of us are going to go with a Divine Kingdom win.
Yeah.
And I think it might not be the last time we see Micah on the show.
Oh, okay.
Maybe. Because there's somebody else I think is also going to show up on the show who's not even on the card.
Nice, nice. Okay. This next match, Well, get hyped because we got a re-debut on the horizon. Special singles match. The return of Fuwa-chan as she will take on somebody who has been training her, the Wild Heart herself, one half of Fukuoka Double Crazy, Hazuki.
And I believe this is her. When we say re-debut, this is her actual like pro wrestling debut, as in she's doing it full time.
Yeah, that's what the word is.
Um, Listen, I don't think she's gonna win here. Um, it's just one of those. Uh, I'll use this as an example. This is kind of like what John Cena did with his retirement show of having exhibition matches, basically
Hmm.
showcasing people. Asuki is gonna bring Fuwa-chan to a very good match. In the end, I think Hazuki is gonna get the win here. Um, yeah, that's what I'm gonna go with here. And then you know what? I could see we talk and stealing a page out of Ruckus's book here. Um, I think whatever faction comes out of Hazuki is going to keep featuring Fuwa-chan.
Huh. Interesting. Very interesting.
And somebody else I'll talk about later.
I'm just
A lot of
hoping.
teases.
I'm really hoping that they'll get at least somewhere between 11 and 15 minutes, just for the sake of really getting Fuwa-chan really back into the mix of things in a big way, especially, having her return at Dream Queendom of all places. I mean, this is kind of a big deal. So, even though I agree, Hazuki picks up the victory, if they can have like 11 to 15 minutes, I think that's a big win for Fuwa-chan in general. So, I'm going to say Hazuki wins. Match will be between 11 and 15 minutes long. Andy?
I'm gonna go with Hazuki as well, but I'm really curious to see because I remember watching some of the older Fuwa-chan matches in her first go around,
Mm-hmm.
and she wasn't half bad for somebody that really only trained for a couple of weeks, couple of months. So I'm
Yeah.
curious to
Wasn't
see.
the match that she had that I remember? Wasn't the tag match with she teamed with Hazuki, and I believe she
Mhm.
fought Utami and
I think it was
uh,
Miyu.
Yeah,
might have been, yeah, it might have been Miyu. Uh,
Um,
and I thought she did really good in that.
yeah, she looked pretty good. So I'm curious to see what she looks like now that she's been training like officially full
Yeah.
time. That's exciting. But
yeah,
yeah, I think Hazuki. I mean, usually debuts like this, the debuting person rarely ever wins. So
true. Ruckus, what's your input?
I agree. Hazuki is going to win. Obviously, this is a re-debut. You have somebody that's dedicated themselves a little bit more to training versus the person that seems to be always destined to be the one that re-debuts with people, and Hazuki. But I think Hazuki will put it out. Should make Full-chan look good, which is what you need for a quote-unquote re-debut. And at the end of the day, I have a feeling I wouldn't exactly lean Misfits way say when it comes to the faction, but I have a feeling that Hazuki will keep an eye on Full-chan as her journey towards a unit begins.
Okay, I like that. Um,
So
so
I do have a stars joke that I want to
oh, you got a
because
stars joke?
yeah, because you know how we're talking about people going full uh becoming full time wrestlers.
Mm-hmm.
So the girl who played Mayu, who's becoming a full time wrestler,
Oh yeah, Anna Hirai.
wouldn't it be hilarious if if she joins Stars and then people think she's Mayu?
I mean, I wouldn't put it past them considering She did a pretty dang on good job in the movie. And I think that is on the horizon at some point. And if I remember correctly, I think her focus is on just the training and really getting that and passing that. But I would not be surprised if maybe next year we see Anna Harai signed to Stardom.
Okay.
Blood Money also says Hina. Like, was it Hina instead of Miyu? Or are you saying was it Hina and Miyu?
I'm pretty sure one of the persons on the other end was Utami.
I remember Utami as well.
So it might have been Utami Hina.
What
Okay.
show was this? All I think this was All Star. I think it was last year's All Star, wasn't it? No,
It was
no.
2023.
2023.
Let me look this up. See, now this is gonna bug me if I don't look this up. Okay, hold on. I can hang on.
Maybe it was Hina because maybe Miyu was in that like high speed tag match they did that year.
Hold on, let me look here.
So it was at All Star, it was Miyu and Utami, but the pre-show to the Goddess Tag League of 2022, it was Hina and Kamitani.
So I was right. It was Utami then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was 2023.
Okay, so Blood and Money is telling us Hina was the partner with Utami. Okay, that makes sense.
So Hina was the partner with Kamitani in 2022.
Okay.
Okay.
And then it was Utami and
Miyu
okay,
at Grand Queendom 2023.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay. Are y'all ready for a potential match of the year candidate? I
It was a
think
tasty one.
I don't know. Given the person who's in it, I'm sorry. I'm just not the biggest fan of her, if I'm being completely honest.
But this could be the statement match of the show. And it is a special singles match. Natsupoi versus one of her good friends turned into pretty big rival, the sun god herself, Sari.
Sorry, 30 seconds.
No! No!
I don't trust we saw. I don't know. I just don't.
I mean, Boy's already pinned her in tag competition.
No, seriously, the match is not going to go 10, 20 seconds. I'm just joking there, but I can't get into freaking not to play. It's just I don't know. I don't know. I just her matches don't really like pull me in. You know what I'm saying? I should her match. One of her matches. Her white belt run was not all that great either. So
Yeah, it wasn't as good as it could have been.
so I'm gonna go with. I'm just gonna go with a Sari win.
So, actually, Raucus, I want you to go next.
This is a match that is interesting in one way. Obviously, you have the relationship dynamic between Poi and Suddy. You also have the fact that Suddy, yes, did lose to Poi in a tag match. But if the goal is to have Suddy featured more in Stardom in 2026 among her other freelance assignments, i.e., keeping her away from Marigold if Bushiro dies, then I would say it would be Suddy winning, but Suddy winning in a very dominant fashion.
All right, Andy.
Also, so basically, not exactly what I said, but basically, sort of.
I'm gonna play the other card here. I think, I mean, you're talking to a huge Natsupoi fan here, but like I'm gonna play the other. I think the storyline is kind of feeding into Natsupoi finally getting that singles victory, finally overcoming Sari and earning that respect. So I'm gonna go with Natsupoi.
Okay. Now we have to keep in mind, Sari is 2-0 in singles matches against Poi. We're talking about two ladies that have known each other, that have pretty much been around each other as opponents and as partners since 2016, back in the Actress Girls days. And as a matter of fact, both of those victories, one was in an Actress Girls ring, the other was in a TJPW ring. Of course, they work well as a tag team. You know, they've wrestled even against each other on a Saryism, and they've teamed together on a Saryism. Natsupoi needs this win in the worst way imaginable. And being that it is on a stage like Dream Queendom, I'm going to go ahead and say this. Natsupoi is about to get the biggest victory of her pro wrestling career at Dream Queendom 2025. She will clean beat Sari and will have the biggest victory of her pro wrestling career.
So you're about to
Dig it.
pull out that that don't work for me, brother card.
And I'll do you one better. I will do you one better. She will kick out of a Uranagi.
Yeah, no, Sarah's gonna pull out that don't work for me, brother card.
I do think we can all agree though this is gonna be like a dark horse match of the night.
Not for me.
Oh
It's
no,
just
no, I agree. I agree with Andy. It's going to be a dark horse match. It's going to be one of those matches where at the end you look at Poi and you say, "You did a good job. You got your ass kicked, but you did a good job."
And I want to enhance this a little bit. I want to take y'all back. One of the biggest statements that I think is safe to say, and Andy, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this and give me your thoughts on this. But one of the biggest statements that Natsupoi has ever made was when she turned on Julia in such surprising fashion. I know I never saw that coming. And it was bold. Bold to the point where she made somebody like Tekla cry. That was one of the biggest statement turns that I did not see coming. Not even a million of miles away. If we get the type of Poi that was bold enough to do that, I'm telling y'all, do not be shocked if she legit pins Sari clean.
well, this is 2025 Stardom, so we're gonna get Tam Lore Star. Sorry, not the point, unfortunately.
So,
Too much by poise will be taking place, and
so we got it half down the middle. Two for Poi, two for Sari.
yeah, no, Sarah's gonna pull out the that don't work for me, brother card, and it's gonna be fantastic when it when it happens.
Blood Money says, so he's picking Sari. He also says something tells me that Natsupoi may be potential 2026 MVP candidate in the near future unless she is booked correctly or booked incorrectly.
I don't know,
Interesting.
I
Interesting.
don't know. Have you seen her 2025?
I mean,
She always seems like someone that's like right there in that like I don't want to say B tier, that sounds kind of mean, but like that second tier that like can almost get into that top tier, but she just hasn't quite crossed that threshold yet.
yeah. And I mean, this is somebody that has made history before in another promotion, being the first ever international Princess Champion. So you never know. All right, y'all ready for some title matches?
Unfortunately.
First up, well, we got ourselves a rematch from the this year's Goddess of Stardom Tag League Finals, and they're gonna run it back at Dream Queendom 2025 for the Goddess of Stardom Tag Team Championships. We have the champs BMI 2000 of Hate, that's Natsuko Tora and Ruoka, defending the titles against the current New Blood Tag Team Champions in um, Cosmic Angels, Sakurara, made up of Aya Sakura and Sayaka Kurara.
Look. Why are we doing this match again? We just seen this match few months ago. We could have done this on any other show. This is the thing we were talking about on the Discord the other day. If you're gonna win the tournaments, pick a date for the tournament win.
Uh,
And
It's an interesting
I
match.
originally was gonna go with the winners beat BMI 2000, but that they beat them in the finals. So,
I I don't think lightning will strike twice again.
no,
BMI 2000 for the win.
I was going to because my whole thing was going to be the night of the downfall of Hate, but Okada just couldn't help himself at the Guys Tag League.
Yeah, yeah.
It would seem weird to have, Blitz, I was listening to your video earlier today. It would seem weird to have the New Blood tag champs also become the Goddess tag champs and then be like double tag. Something about it just doesn't feel like that's gonna be what they do. As much as I love Aya Sakura, Sayaka
Then
Kurara,
again, they double belted up Sayaka Tani. So
you're not wrong. They double belt up a lot of people at Stardom, so it's
yeah,
totally possible.
I'm
Yep.
starting to wonder if they only did that so Saya can win the MVP award. That's what I'm starting to wonder.
It's
Maybe.
probably that's the case. Well, though voting record wise, it didn't look like it was close, but
For to catch the guy, nothing.
no.
Uh-oh. Blood Money has a little something for you, Misfit. He says, I know Misfit's not going to like this. Sayaka Kurara will get a Tam Nakano push and she may win an Artist, Goddess, and Wonder and World title.
They
IWGP
already.
would be a stretch.
Why would I be mad? They attempted that already, and it was a failure.
Well,
They tried that already.
to be fair, I do agree with Blood Money. I think Sakurara will pull this one out, and you'll
Ooh.
have that scenario of the New Blood champion and the Goddess champions being the same team. But maybe, just maybe, we start seeing who the shadow leader of Cosmic Angels really is after this match.
So you're going Sakurara?
Yep.
Wow. Okay.
And of course, you had to sprinkle in some faction updates as well.
You know what? I haven't actually picked this winner yet. I'm not going to. I'm going with Tyler Madraw.
Interesting.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Even after they beat him once. Huh.
I have to say BMI 2000. It just feels. I would be very pleasantly surprised if I'm wrong, but it just feels
If
like
it
it's
was
gonna be
anyone
BMI.
else, because I forgot if it was anybody else, I would have said that BMI 2000 was going to lose. But we just seen this match, and they already lost to the challengers.
Yeah.
Here's the other thing too. I think if they were the New Blood tag champions for like a decent amount of time, and you
Mm-hmm.
could say like, okay, they've been these New Blood tag team champions for so long, they've defended them, and like they can level them up by giving them two belts, but they like just won
Right.
the New Blood belts like what, 2 months ago or something?
Yeah, it wasn't that long ago, and um, have they have they even had a defense?
Didn't they defend it at
They
the
may
New
have
Blood
had
show?
one.
I believe they had one defense. I think in the latest New Blood show, I
No, they
believe.
haven't
Well,
actually.
wait a
Wasn't
minute. They
any?
didn't? I
No,
thought
they
they
haven't,
did.
because they won them October 30th. They have not had a defense.
Wow.
That's wild.
Yo, if they win this match, that's gonna be wild.
If
That's
okay,
gonna
here's a
be really
hypothetical. If
wild.
if they win this match and they get the Goddess uh tag team championships, wouldn't you just vacate the New Blood titles and say I don't need
You
these
know,
anymore?
I'm gonna say I'm glad you brought that up, and
Yeah, that's a good
I wish
point.
more companies would do this thing. Is if you, I mean, I know NXT does this a lot, when they have people win double titles. If you win a double title, you need to vacate the other title.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, after all, the New Blood, if I remember correctly, the New Blood tag titles historically have only been defended on New Blood shows.
Hmm.
So
Well, I mean, anymore, no titles are defended on New Blood shows, but
yeah, so honestly, I have to agree with that. If they do pull this off, they should definitely relinquish the New Blood tag titles. Yeah, good call. Blood Money says Sayaka Carrara may win the 5-star Grand Prix in the future,
Okay.
just a matter of
Oh,
when.
in the future, I thought you were gonna say next year. I'm like, okay, you're pushing it down.
I'm not sure I'm ready for that. Not before Ami. Okay, next up. Wait, that is everybody, right? Yeah, that's everybody. Okay, next up. Whoo!
Before you say that, before you finish Blood Money, I just want to say GTA 6 will come out before Psycho Girl wins the 5-star.
Dang, that's just mean. Okay, Wonder of Stardom Championship on the line. This is a huge one. Saya Ida gets her very first shot at the Wonder of Stardom Championship, and she's going to go up against somebody that not too long ago took 10 years to finally win the title for the first time, the submission sniper of hate, Konami. Konami, Saya Ida, Wonder of Stardom title.
So this is another one of those matches where I thought uh, Hate was going to lose. Uh, However, I would say that these last two matches here are what I would consider placeholder matches. Uh, because originally these two matches were not supposed to be taking place on this show.
That's a good point.
Um, I'll explain why a little bit. But I don't think Saeed is going to get the win. I don't. Who the person who's going to beat Konami is most likely. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I think they're just going to belt the title back on Starlight Kid.
Interesting.
Um, the only reason I think they really took it off of her is because she was hurt, and they had to. She needed to take time off. I think had she not took the time off, I think Konami was going to lose.
And this is Konami's first defense.
Now, historically, this year we've seen that having a first title defense doesn't mean you're not going to retain. Because we saw Sherry lose in her first defense of the IWGP title.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
then,
yeah.
so
Well, she lost on defense 2. Yeah,
no, or was it?
because
Or was
remember
it?
she defended it. Her first defense was against Alex Windsor.
No, Sherry.
Are you talking about her first reign or second reign?
Or no, I'm talking about Sherry,
Yeah.
not Sarah. No, not Shori, not Sari.
Oh. Gotcha.
Yeah, the one who Sari beat to win the title the first time is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Oh
Like
wait,
when Shuri had her first defense, it was against Alex Windsor. It wasn't against Sari until afterwards.
Because I think I'm talking about her second title win then.
Oh, okay. Gotcha, gotcha.
Because she won it and then immediately lost it.
Yeah.
Because I believe, yeah, because she beat Mayu for it and then immediately lost it back to Sherry. But yeah, so we'll go with Konami to retain here.
Okay. Andy?
Yeah.
I always try to look at these title matches kind of connected because I figure like they're not gonna not change titles. It would be weird if they don't change any titles and all in one night, right? So I try to think of it that way sometimes, but then I look at like the tag team title match we just talked about, right, in the main event that we'll talk about in a second, and I'm like, Um, but then the other side of me, I'm thinking like you can't V0 Konami. She just won this belt. It would be crazy. It would. So I'm point I'm making is like I'm really going back and forth. But I think what I'm gonna land on, Stardom likes to make people at this event, right? This is like that crowning next lineup, and you kind of have that moment at the end. I'm gonna go with Ida.
Wow. So
Yeah.
so V0 for Konami. Okay.
It's tough because like I feel like a V0 is just really odd. But I don't know, to Misfits' point, it wouldn't be the first time. And then they did it too with Tora back in
Well,
2024 when she won the
again, my
red
other
belt.
point was that like this is a placeholder match. So like, I mean, they could. You're right. They could have Saya win, and then when Hanan comes back, you do Hanan and Saya Ira for the title.
That'd be awesome.
But it just feels like I just have this weird feeling they're gonna put it back on Starlight Kid.
Raucus?
Okay, on one end you have Saida going for one of the big belts for the first time.
Yep.
Something that has been, we can say, a bit overdue for Saida. And on the other end, you have somebody that has worked so hard in Konami. It doesn't matter whether she was in Tokyo Cyber Squad, in Oredo Tai, in God's Eye. She was always like Miss Reliable in that sense. And you can't. You really, really can't V0 her at this stage. You, because luckily Ida's young enough where she'll probably get at least 3 more cracks on it, probably within the next year.
Good point. Good point.
Notice
So
how
what?
many years it took for Micah to win a singles title outside of the future belt.
Yeah.
I mean, not everyone, and we've seen this a lot in any promotion, really. Not
Yeah.
everyone wins the title on their first try.
Yeah. And it'll actually help out with Ida because not winning will fuel her to get even better. Because we have to let's be real with it. When it comes to Wing Gory as a team, we have Hanan pretty high, and then unfortunately, Ida is a little bit ways below as far as like popularity, as far as skill set, as far as overall potential. Like you can tell, like they're dying. Bushiroad is dying to put a singles belt on Hana
Okay.
sooner rather than later. But it's about time that Ida starts climbing that mountain. So when you have that matchup, which I think it'll eventually happen, Sai Ida versus Hanan, they'll actually be on equal ground.
Okay. Interesting. Interesting. So I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. Konami has been a three-time artist champ and a three-time goddess champ. It took 10 years for her to win her first ever singles championship in her whole career. Okada, don't do her wrong. Don't do her wrong. It's been 10 years. It finally happened. I think Konami deserves her flowers and deserves a decent sized reign with this white belt.
Right.
Because my thing is, there's no telling that whenever she does lose this title, if she'll get another singles reign, like anytime soon afterwards or whatnot. But I just really, I really think that Konami is going to and should win this. And don't get me wrong, I love Saya Ida. It was an honor to meet her in Vegas. She's a trip. Wing Gory was a trip as well. But I think most definitely that Konami deserves a decent sized reign with this white belt. So I'm gonna say Konami retains. It's gonna be a hard fought match. I mean, after all, this is the semi main event. It's gonna be a hard fought match. Don't be surprised if they go 20, 25 minutes. But I got Konami on this one. Couple of comments
There's
from
also another chance they could also do a TLD on this one too.
or
Like
that.
in my opinion, if there was to do a title change, it'll be the tag title match.
The thing is, if you the thing is, if you do a TLD, you're almost certainly to run it as a rematch, and depending on how the match goes, maybe you don't want to see that.
Wow, we got breaking news out of World's End.
I still gotta see it. Blood Money. Blood Money says Konami versus Saya Ida reminds them of Minoru Suzuki versus Togi Makabe for the IC title in 2018.
Breaking news! I don't know if you've seen this. Hyon in Maya's World is signed with AEW.
Yes, that was confirmed. TK confirmed it. Yeah, seen her a lot on DPW and Maya World. She's been killing it in the indies, so very happy for the both of them. Says Konami retains.
Never gonna turn off John Moxley.
Says Konami retains, and more importantly, does Konami need to drop the white belt to Hanan, Rina, or someone else? Konami has to lose the white belt on All Star Grand Queendom. If Konami loses the white belt, does Konami need to win the red belt or the IWG Women's Championship or both?
Oh, I personally don't think they see her as a red belt champion. Probably IWGP, but she's probably. I think she's going to just drop it right back to Starlight Kid, and Starlight Kid, I think, is going to drop into Arena, like they were supposed to do.
Yeah. Okay.
As far as I know, that was the original match they were going to do, which was Starlight Kid and Rena, and Starlight Kid got hurt. So yeah.
Okay. Main event. Well, might not be as much hype as, could have been. But main event.
And if there was ever a placeholder main event of all placeholder main events.
So for the World of Stardom Championship, the Phoenix Queen, Saya Kamatani, will make her 8th defense against Saori Anou.
I like how those no enthusiastic about that.
Well,
I think we can all agree on this point here that Saya Kamatani is walking out of Dream Queendom as the champion still. However, this is where my creative juices start flowing here.
Oh shoot!
So this is where I think we finally see the return of Momo Watanabe after all this stuff here. Micah will come out, make her challenge, whatever, for not All Star, but the other show that's I think after Wrestle Kingdom, which is what is the name of that show? Is it
After Wrestle
The
Kingdom?
February one.
I think it's February.
Oh, you're talking about Supreme Fight in Osaka?
Yes, that one.
Yeah, beginning of February.
So they'll do Micah and Saya Kamatani on that show. I think after that we're gonna see Momo come out and basically just look her in the eye and say, "I'm watching you. I said I was gonna come back for you, and I will." You won't notice, you won't see it coming, but you'll see. But when it happens, my point is they're gonna do the rematch at All Star. At this point, you might as well just do the rematch there. They kind of set it up. It would be kind of really stupid not to do that whole angle that you just no angle uh with Momo doing that promo and saying, whatever. But they're gonna redo that whole yeah. So I think Momo's gonna be back on the show. Um it if there if there was to do a turn, right? I feel like this would be the show to do it. The biggest show in Stardom history with a sold out uh, Ryogoku.
Ryogoku. Yeah.
Do you imagine the pop that Momo would have gotten if she turns? So that's
Andy?
what I'm going with there.
Yeah, I mean, this is
By the way,
unfortunate.
I took that one part from our good friends at the Stardom cast.
Ah.
That one.
There you go. I think unfortunately this is easier to pick than probably the rest of the matches here. I think it's going to be Saya, but I think it's going to be good still. I'm happy that Sayori gets a main event at a big show. I think that's really cool.
Mm-hmm.
I wish that Stardom remembered that they put her there on the route to 1229, but they seem to have forgotten that in favor of Micah for a little bit. But I think it'll be a good match. I mean, both of these women are awesome. It's just going to be like it's going to be a placeholder, like Misfit said.
I
Ruckus?
think this
Oh.
was supposed to be Momo and Saya on the show, but with Momo's injury, they kind of pushed it up to the Crimson Nightmare show. Um, I much rather if Momo does end up winning the title from Saya, I'd rather Momo do it at 100% than less than 100%. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Ruckus?
Yeah, probably this is probably easier to predict than who will win the World Cup probably. But it's Kamtani, come on. Like you've set up everything already for her to win, which as much as it's cool for Soriano to get a main event like this, she hasn't fully recovered from that white belt reign. I'm so
yeah,
it's done pretty significant damage to her.
I watched her white belt
Yeah.
run. I have no interest in her in a world
Yeah,
title run.
and
Yeah.
not to mention, like the only saving grace would have been if we got Oz Academy Soriano out of this. But no, we're getting generic Cosmic Angels Soriano in
Yeah.
this. So this makes it fairly easy. And I have a feeling for some reason that after the match comes out, it won't be Okada. It'll be Tanahashi coming
Oh.
out. First,
Oh.
like to finally hype up the match with Shuri,
Oh.
because they kind of need to. Give on this
Yeah.
Wrestle Kingdom card has not gotten any hype at all.
Nah, it really hasn't.
And Also, and like I said, this is the cynic part of me that kicks in, unfortunately.
Oh God, here we go.
Tanahashi will say to Shuri and to Saya, whoever wins out of you two, they will get a special prize at the end.
Oh, he's talking about he's talking about unification in the titles, right?
Yep.
Oh, well, that's not really cynical. Everyone's kind of predicting that to be the case.
No, people are thinking the strong in IWGP.
Oh,
That's what I
I'm
was
thinking
thinking.
red belt IWGP.
They're not unifying the red belt, bro. It's kind of. I think it's time to let that one go.
All I can say is, don't put it past them to do something crazy with the amount of stuff that's happened. I hope that's not the case, because
And,
I too am thinking that it's IWGP and strong, but
and
you
I'll
just
tell you why they're not going to do it, because New Japan are regretting unifying the world and IC title, because they're already talking about bringing the IC title back.
well,
Yep.
shoot, they might be making that mistake again with the strong and IWGP women's title.
No,
Yeah.
no. I think them unifying that title is actually
No.
the correct decision.
Well, the difference in that scenario is those are two New Japan titles.
Yeah,
They actually care about those. This is just them merging the belts just for the sake of the fact that they just have one less belt to deal with the Joshis.
interesting. Okay. Huh. Um, and of course, I have to agree across with y'all across the board. Kamitani retaining.
Also, here's why I don't think it makes sense, because if they were going to do that, wouldn't Saya be putting the one World of Stardom title on the line? Why would they unify that if they're doing the New Japan titles?
It could, and that's a good point. But there is that possibility, considering that, you know, if Kamatani does win at Wrestle Kingdom, which, we'll get to that in a bit. I mean, she'll have three belts. I mean,
There's that, and unfortunately, there's the fact that, like I said, on the business level, Stardom is a subsidiary of New Japan.
yeah,
And because you're a subsidiary of New Japan can pretty much do whatever you want, whatever they want to you.
I
And
don't
you
know.
almost have no say.
I don't know. I think Stardom has made more money than New Japan this year, so I don't know if that's actually accurate at this point.
and the
I don't know. That's one level to it, but you got to think about it this way too. Does Kedani care?
and also to keep in mind, it's not like New Japan has a women's division. That women's division is pretty much its own promotion in Stardom. So it's like, it's a lot of small things, but we'll definitely have an idea of what that's gonna look like. Which we'll go ahead and segue into this match before we get to Marigold. Wrestle Kingdom 20, January 4th, Tokyo Dome. Second match on the card, I believe. Yeah, second match on the card. Both the IWGP Women's Championship and the NJPW Strong Women's Championships will be on the line. Winner takes all. Shuri versus Saya Kamatani.
My pick is very easy, simple. Sherry is going to win, and I'll tell you why. Tony Khan wants to book Sherry on his shows. He does not give a single two iota of a crap about Saya Kamatani. Because if he did, Saya would have been on AEW television by now.
Yeah, I think the only time she was even on
Also,
AEW or ROH
the other
was
one
Philly.
being she's finally won that stupid MVP title thing that sacrificed so many stories. now that she's had it, we can finally start seeing the downfall of Saya Kamatani. She had her 2025. It is time now to do the do the Cody Rhodes part of the story of whoever is finishing their story. Finish their story, so we can move on from the bloodline version of hate era.
So you're going Shuri.
Yeah, sure.
Andy, who you got?
I'm going Saya, mostly just because she won that award, and I think it'd be crazy for her to win that award, and a few weeks later, 2 weeks later, she gets pinned in the biggest New Japan show of the year. I feel like they just want to put her at the forefront.
Is it though? Is it really though? I mean, this is Bushiro we're talking about here.
Yeah, I mean, that's a valid point. You never know with New Japan.
The first show where Tanahashi was president, he booked himself to win the title.
Yeah, that is fair. That is fair.
I just
He's
think they
probably
want that image. Like she's on the magazine covers right now. She won this MVP award. Like that was a huge deal, and I think they just want that image of that MVP being a victor at the biggest show that they have.
my thing is New Japan is going to think of Tony Khan. They're going to want to have Sherry on AEW television instead of somebody who they've never actually put on their show. So,
Raucus.
Misfit has correct reasoning, but the wrong result.
Oh,
I'd say this.
okay.
Because, yes, unfortunately, we are dealing with New Japan, who right now is slowly becoming, if not an official farm system for AEW. And if you want Shuri to be more featured on AEW television, you can't really have her tied up in any potential belt pictures that would keep her in Japan.
well, actually, you can. Look what they're doing with Takeshi. So,
Takeshita, yeah, but Takeshita is mainly an AEW talent that just happens to have a New Japan contract that's probably going to expire, and a DDT contract which may also expire, and that'll just leave him again with just an AEW contract.
And I think the main thing with that is he's technically currently based in the U.S. So
Yes, exactly. That's the
yeah,
other thing. Shuri's not. So that's Saya's probably going to win this because it's true. You have to unfortunately look at it from the standpoint. And particularly also when it ties to the red belt. I've always said when you look at the pictures of the red belt and the white belt, the red belt is for the per champion that you want to show to advertisers, and the white belt is for the champion that you want to show to fans.
okay.
Right now,
I'll say this real quick. If I think they would, I think Stardom would rather. Yes, I think Stardom would merge the red and white belts before they would even think about the New Japan titles.
yeah, but again, this is with the mindset of Stardom actually having a say in this. They likely don't. That's the bad part of it. It was one of my fortunately worst fears when they made that move
Mm-hmm.
to make Stardom a subsidiary of New Japan. Stardom can make a whole crap load of money, and they have.
Mm-hmm.
But New Japan could easily turn Stardom could say, "Hey, look, we made all this money. We made all this money," and then New Japan can say, "Who's we? You're under us. This is our money."
That is a good point. That is a good point.
And sadly, like Annie mentioned, Kamitani is on game shows. Kamitani is on magazine covers. Kamitani just won an award that hasn't been won by a woman in a fairly long time. And And it has not been controversial in doing so. It wasn't a situation where it's like a
Well,
razor thin vote.
it has certain fan bases. I don't know
Yeah.
about that.
True.
No, but also, but you got to look at it. Look at the voting. It wasn't close.
Yeah, that's another thing. It wasn't
Yeah,
close.
it wasn't close. It wasn't. It wasn't something where it was a razor fist. It was not close. Hell, Takeshita didn't. The person that most people thought was going to win because of that 3 contracts, IWGP champion, being classic. He didn't get a single vote in the categories that he was listed under, which is another discussion that we could have. But the main thing is this: it's easy to put it in because of Saya, and because unfortunately, Kidani really doesn't give two fucks about Stardom as far as its own natural entity. There's nothing to stop Tanahashi from saying, you know what, we just need to merge these belts because I don't want to deal with an IWGP women's division that doesn't exist under my control, my complete control, even though Stardom technically is under his complete control. But
Interesting.
then, because the bonus, the cynical part of the bonus of merging the red belt with the IWGP belt, you can merge the histories to it. You can add the entire prestige of the line of the red belt to that IWGP line.
The thing is, I don't think they're going to do that, and I'll tell you why. Because when they merged the Intercontinental and the World Title, that lineage died.
Yes. And again, that's because there were New Japan belts and they cared about those belts. They may not really care about these belts, about the history in that end, which that's in itself an area. But yeah, Kamatani's going to make. Come on. Who are we kidding?
Yeah, I don't think that they're going to do that.
So, do y'all find it strange that these two have not had a singles match against each other since 2021?
And who won that last match?
So, Shuri won the first. They had a double countout the second. Both matches 2021. Um, one of them was a 5-star Grand Prix match, which Shuri won. Um, the the double countout was during the Goddess of Stardom Tag League, which was just a preliminary match. But all this was in 2021. So Shuri is 1-0-1 against Kamatani.
Yeah,
Here's the
I just don't think they're going to merge the world title.
here's the thing. Like, Kamatani has been on a roll. If anything, 2025 was a big year for her. I mean, she was a double champ on 2 different occasions this year, this whole year. And she had an opportunity to become a triple champ. Shuri, which many could kind of say she's on a redemption arc, considering, she took some time away, she got, minor elbow injury taken care of. She's had her eyes locked in like crazy on that IWGP belt. That's all she freaking talked about through this whole time was that IWGP title. And now that she has it back, I just this really could go either way, but I I really hope Shuri wins. I really do. I would hate for it to be a V0 for her. But honestly, I cannot be shocked if Saya does pull this off. With the role she's been on and with the aura she has, with everything that's really been thrown on her. And don't get me wrong, well earned, well deserved. I like Kamatani. But yeah, I will be pulling for Shuri. But I won't be surprised if Kamatani wins at Wrestle Kingdom. That's all I can really say. Blood Money says Kamatani's retaining at Dream Queendom. He believes she needs to hold the red belt for another year.
Yeah,
What?
no. Yeah, no.
Wow.
This is why I said Saya needs to lose at Wrestle Kingdom. We need to start. She can afford. Here's the thing. I think she can also afford a loss at Wrestle Kingdom.
Yeah.
Her losing is not going to kill her momentum at all.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's put this business crap aside. I don't think we're going to see Tanahashi at Dream Queendom. I don't think we're going to see Tanahashi until the end of the show at Wrestle Kingdom. I think they're going to do the straight up match. There is even a possibility they do a time limit draw because they never said whether or not it's no time limit. I don't know how you would do that. How that would be pulled off, but it's.
Are you talking about the Wrestle Kingdom match?
Yeah. Yes.
That would be wild because isn't IWGP titles 60 minutes?
Yeah, and it's the second match of the card.
That
They're probably going to have a time
imagine if
limit.
they go 60-minute time limit draw.
It's a 60-minute time limit.
For both of
Imagine
them, or
the
just
second
one
match.
title?
For the Wrestle Kingdom Shuri Kamatani, yeah, 60-minute.
It's supposed to be. Now, whether they get attempted that is another question.
Actually, Gato will be like, okay, we're going to actually change the rules here. Be like, 15-minute time limit.
Okay.
Because I said so.
and technically, it's second match on the main card, third overall, since they did add the TV title to the kickoff.
But I just think it just because they I don't know if I just don't see them merging the world title. It would be stupid. It would be actually, if you really think it'd be dumb business wise to merge that title with the red belt. It would not be smart for any business. It would actually harm Stardom and New Japan if they did that. I see no upside to them doing that.
Oh,
And yet you mentioned the one time that they did, and then nothing that stopped them from doing it again.
Yeah, but now we're at the stage of them bringing back the IC title. See how that didn't work out very well that long, did it?
I mean, it's been a couple of years, but I mean, they're looking like they may correct that mistake. We shall see.
Yeah. It only took Naito leaving in one of the strangest ways to leave New Japan.
Oh yeah.
In order to kick that off.
Press release.
So, alrighty. Let's move on to Marigold. We still got quite a lot to cover. Marigold First Dream 2026. Went to this year's. It was fun. And they will be right back at Ottawa General Gymnasium. Another very nice venue. January 3rd.
Thank the Lord that they don't have Stardom having a show on the same time.
Oh, yeah. That would have been quite annoying.
That was a horrible decision on both sides.
So
at that point, they were just poking the bear. At that point.
Yeah, for reals. Okay. So we have, let's see, we have 8 matches for this show.
That's a short card.
So, first up, okay, here we go. First up, we have ourselves a trios match. And I have to say, for this being the first match on the card, this one's pretty stacked. Team number 1, we have the team of Sarayama Oka, Shino, and Coco. And they will be taking on the trio of Kizuna Tanaka, Komomo Minami, and the Mad Dog, Yuka Yamazaki.
Again, Yamamoka, she is a nominee for the year in the awards. So that's pretty cool.
Uh,
Which I, I'm so glad I remembered to add her when I did because I'm like, wait a minute, I knew she should be in here, and I don't know why I didn't have her in there.
all right.
But I'm gonna go with Yamamoto.
You're gonna go for
I think
Sari's team.
I think she's gonna have a even better 2026.
Okay.
I think she's eventually gonna get that Julia match next year.
Oh, perhaps Grand Destiny.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I'll save my 2026 predictions and I'll let you know.
Andy, what you got?
I mean, I look at this and you got a team of three super rookies, basically. To me, it's Sari's team. It seems pretty cut and dry.
Raucus?
It's interesting. Okay, you do have a team consisting of three people that have not turned 20 yet, and two of them being actual children still, and then the other ones you have obviously Kazuna, Mad Dog, and Komomo.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna write the hot hand considering the results of the one night tag tournament.
Ah, yes. Which
Yeah,
congratulations to Sari Yamaoka and Shino.
yeah. I think they're gonna take it. This may actually be the match. If it wasn't the Mayu match, this may be the match that actually gets Coco signed to Marigold.
Ooh, I like
Ooh.
that. I like that. I like that.
Oh, she's still not signed?
No, she's still freelancer.
That's crazy.
She would end up being the youngest member on the team if she gets signed, cause she's only 15. Um, did you pick your team, Ruckus?
Yeah,
Oh, okay. Sari's
Andy.
team.
I don't think Andy picked yet.
Yeah, the super rookie team, Sari's
Yeah,
team.
Sari's team.
Okay, okay.
All
Um,
three of us so far are Sari's team.
I have to also agree. Um, Sari Yamaoka, Shino, Coco. I mean, like Coco, I've really loved what I've seen from her. Quite the high flyer. Hit a beautifully executed 450 splash. Um, and just Shino, I mean, the daughter of Michiko Omakai, and you definitely can see shades of it. I love her overall look as well. And, even though she came up short 1-on-1 to Kazuna Tanaka, I think that's a rivalry they're going to really keep brewing between those two. And I think this is a way um, she gets her lick back through this trios match. So yeah, I'm gonna have to agree. Sari Yamaoka, Shino, Coco.
I don't know what I was doing at 15, but it certainly wasn't a 450 splash. I can tell you that.
I, no kidding, no kidding.
The good news is my phone is charged, so I can use it for my notes.
Okay, next match. Um, so there was a slight change to this match. Um, Unfortunately, Yuki Manami suffered a torn ACL and will be out for the foreseeable future. Um,
Yeah,
but
2025 still hasn't escaped that damn ACL injury.
yeah, and it's rough because it seems like every now and then Marigold just has a tough break to the roster. But on a positive note, we're getting two returns in this match. We got ourselves another trios match as we will team number one. We have Hummingbird and we have the returning Amethyst Butterfly Koki Amare and the return of the first Marigold Superfly champion, Natsumi Shozuki. And they will be taking on the trio of Nao Ishikawa, Nagisa Tachibana, and enter in the bubble girl herself, Momoko Hanazono.
Oh, I'm back up. What bird?
Starlight Bird.
There you go. Just saying. Okay.
All right, how we feeling?
Okay, I was able to actually find the Kokiamare, by the way, is my pick to win there. It's a return match. Like basically what I said earlier with Starlight Kid. It'd be weird to have her lose her retire match. Hopefully she can stay healthy for 2026. Um, yeah, because speaking of which, I want to be sure the guys just followed. So, did you guys see Rossi Ogawa's? I don't know if it was an interview or something. And he said that he's going to be focusing on the young up and comers like Koki Amare, and I believe he said Victoria Yuki.
I mean, it makes sense.
So, but yeah, I'm going to go with Shosuke, Koki Amare, and Starlight Bird for the win.
Andy?
Yeah, I think we talked about, like Matt said, the Starlight Kid return. The person that returns usually wins, and in this case, he got two of them. And for some reason, Pin Eater Naoi Ishikawa's in there. I'm sure she's gonna lose again because
Yeah.
Marigold seems to hate Naoi Ishikawa for some reason. So looking like it's gonna be Koki and Natsumi and Hummingbird. But it's cool to
Ruckus?
see Momoka.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
the
Yeah.
bubbler.
The bubble
The
girl.
bubbler can take
Yeah.
the bubbler might actually take the pin. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, you would think, but it's gonna be now. Let's be honest.
Nah. I am one of those believers that now Chicago season is coming this year. So
Okay.
I've been hoping that for multiple years, my friend.
I know, but I'm not gonna give up on that one. Like she is one of my ride or die people when it comes to that. But sadly, yeah, you do have two returns. You have the return of the first ever Superfly champion. You have the return of, granted the circumstances, the first ever GHC women's champion. And somebody that you know the company has been wanting to elevate for a minute in Koki.
Yes.
And not to mention, Shizuki may also want to be elevated because she may need to get her lick back from one Victoria Yuzuki
Ooh, okay.
and position herself into the white belt picture. Now, granted, unfortunately, yeah, Momoka Hanazono did get added.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the bad part, unfortunately. The reason why she got added is the bad part.
Right.
But I do expect her no more shenanigans. But I do expect her to eat the pin, probably. It'll probably be some more weird shenanigans. And I say, even though you have two big returns,
Mm-hmm.
it'll be Humming / Starlight Bird that gets the pin.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
I can dig that. I can dig that. Um, so I'm definitely in agreement. Koki, Shozuki, Birdo picks up the win. By the way, if you ever get a chance to meet Natsumi Shozuki, she's actually really cool. Got to meet her when she was still Superfly champ. She's actually really nice. Um, I am going to say Koki hits the amethyst butterfly and she gets the pin for the victory for her team. But I do want to say, and I know Rockus, we have been talking about this. 2026 needs to be the make it year for Koki Amare. She
Mm-hmm.
cannot afford another serious injury. She's had two. So a big thing for her, she's got to stay healthy and just I'm hoping 2026 will be her year. Um, she's had great performances in both um, Dreamstar Grand Prix, and honestly, I would not be shocked if she wins it third time's a charm next year. I would not be shocked. Um, but they gotta give her some more stuff in ring because her move set is still not there. But the charisma is like way up there. So I have hope for her. I have hope for her. She's one of my favorites on the roster. Okay. Ho 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 ho. We're gonna really get our brains stirring on this next one. Next up, the Megaton Challenge. Singles match. Megaton versus K.
What did we learn last time?
Oh Lord. Are we gonna see Raucous break again?
I don't know. This is
I really don't know because there is okay. Minoru Suzuki was a surprise, but at least it fit the theme of M.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it was you, Andy, or Al that mentioned a possible K being Kazuchi Sakuraba.
Might have been Al.
Might have been Al. Yeah.
Might have been Al, which first of all, Saku in any wrestling ring at this stage of his life would be hilarious on its own.
Yeah.
And the only way I think he would do it is if Rossi told him you can publicly say Nobuhiko Takada, go fuck yourself live on TV. Because if you know the history between Takada and Sakuraba, then you know why he would say to go fuck himself.
Mm-hmm. Dang.
But then I started thinking, like, it doesn't always have to be a K, because I'm thinking, okay, you want Minoru Suzuki, you like having Megaton in pain, why not? Somebody that doesn't fit the K, but maybe somebody older. Let's Masato Tanaka. Because he's a crazy person that would be able to do it. But there's two possible Ks that I would say before the obvious one that I think Misfit's thinking about.
Are you sure I'm thinking about what I'm thinking about?
Yeah, but you've established with Minoru Suzuki that maybe Megaton is going to be your intergender match person. And you have a good...
They established was it's a comedy match.
Yeah.
That too, but...
Yeah, but they didn't do it with a comedy wrestler. Because they could have grabbed Antonio Honda if that was the case.
Technically, he's not a comedy wrestler, but here lately.
Yeah, well, yeah, given age, yeah, it's not prime Minoru Suzuki. It's not Pancrase Minoru Suzuki. But I was thinking, man, well, they do have a good relationship with Noah. Why not throw a bone there? Maybe either Keno, who would fit the comedy bit at this stage, or if you're gonna try to get to hype somebody that's fairly popular, Kaito Kiyomiya. Why not Kaito?
Kenta.
Yeah. No, not Kenta. No. Like he's too busy when it comes to other things. But the wild card.
I have two answers.
Yeah, but the wild card, and we did discuss this in the Discord because we actually had to pull some logistics out of it. Because Rossi does owe people the missing member freedom for Marigold. Maybe this is the time you bring in Kairi.
Oh!
You bring her in, you have some fun, and then as soon as she pins, she has to leave because she has to take that flight back.
Okay. You know what? I can dig it. I can dig that.
No. Yeah, no, she can't because she's booked for SmackDown this week.
Oh,
Yeah, she's in that 8-woman tag
What-
match on SmackDown.
is that the same weekend?
Yeah.
Oh, bummer.
Didn't they already tape that already?
No, that was the SmackDown was on this past week was taped. The first SmackDown 2026 is live.
Oh, good point. Good
Oh,
point.
okay.
Dang.
Okay, that does kill the buzz, yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? Maybe maybe they're
I-
just throwing us off the scent.
No, yeah, no, they advertised that match and all. They did a whole entire angle to set it up. So,
What are you thinking, Andy? Uh,
Honestly, have no idea. It would have been made a little bit of sense if you put like Kokiyama right here as like the surprise return for the K. But obviously she's announced in the tag match we just talked about. I mean,
right.
this could last time it was fucking Minoru Suzuki. Like it could literally be anybody.
So I'm gonna say, because I was originally thinking Jungle Kiona. Um, and I know this next thought I had was probably definitely not gonna happen, but it is okay. Kushida. I mean,
Kushida would be fun. Kushida would be fun.
isn't Kushida signed to New Japan though?
I just had an
and
idea.
that's what I was saying. Like, it's probably very unlikely, but I mean,
I just had an idea, and it's a K. Just popped into my head.
oh, who?
Kuroshio, Tokyo, Japan.
Oh my God! You know what? I could see it. I could actually see it.
So I have two answers. One's a semi serious one, and the one's not so serious.
Okay, what you got, Misfit?
So my serious one, just because I want to see it personally,
Okay,
is Hayabusa.
interesting. Even though he's not
I,
a K, but interesting. Okay.
but he is signed to Wrestle One and not Wrestle One. That's the other
0-1.
0-1.
0-1, and they're
Yeah.
all on the same platform.
Oh yeah. All
Yeah, they
part of
are
Wrestle
under the
Universe.
zero.
Yeah,
They are under Wrestle Universe umbrella. That is true.
that's a good
The
point.
now my non-serious one is he hasn't retired yet, as far as I know. Jun Kasai.
Oh no, he's still going. He's
No,
definitely
he's still going.
Yeah.
Okay,
That would be
That was the other
wild.
wild card. That At that point, you just want to kill Megaton. You just want her to die. At that point,
Yeah.
But he would fit the K because his last name starts with the K.
Yeah, he recently just had a hardcore match with Suzu Suzuki, I believe, not too long ago.
Mhm.
But so we're at least all in agreement that Megaton is losing.
Oh yeah,
oh yeah.
easily.
Oh, absolutely.
Fair enough.
Poor
Okay.
Megaton.
Wait, what if it's Makita?
I mean, would be nice, but after Rossi's words, I don't know.
Well,
But I mean,
Rossi said a lot of things like,
To
I
be
mean, it would be
fair,
cool.
and it's never stuck to them.
I
Well,
mean, it would
to
be
be
cool
fair,
to see her get signed.
To be fair, Rossi literally said within almost the same sentence, "I want to focus more on homegrown talent. I'm bringing in 2 foreigners within the 2 months."
Oh yeah, that is a fair point. Okay. Oh, this next match ought to be very interesting, as it's already been very funny interaction between these two, especially when it's in regards to, I'll say it, butt size.
The Battle of the Booties.
Oh man, the battle of the booties. We got a singles match between Utami Hayashishita and Achika Kochika Gochika Chikagoto.
Well, I want to say that Utami really hasn't done very much since losing the red belt. Well, at least anything of note. I'm thinking Utami for the win, just so she can at least get some momentum back after losing the red belt. That's just me.
So you're
Yeah,
going Utami.
it kind of feels that way because I agree. She was hard. I mean, some shows she wasn't even on, and after that red belt loss. It feels like it's a get her back off the bench kind of a win for Utami. But it's really funny how Chika Goto's entire shtick is the size of her butt, and then she lost the butt off size.
Yeah, the
That's like the
measurements.
one thing that
Like
she's got going for
like
her.
Utami is in my honorable mention for prediction for Joshi predictions of 2026, but we could talk about that when we get there.
It's so funny when they had their interaction at the tag tournament, and Utami didn't say a word, but just kind of looked at her butt, looked at hers, and just left. I'm just like,
I
oh
I
my
just
god.
I love the still image of Utami's just like shit-eating grin that she has on her face, and Goto's just like face down at the table.
Oh
Is
yeah.
that the mirror
Yep.
wrestling image that I saw floating around?
Oh man.
In
Like
in the press conference, in the press conference where Gochika found out that Utami has the bigger booty.
that was the
I
that
mean,
was the best segment of the whole entire press conference. Just oh my
Yeah,
god.
like
And it was like when they posed for the picture, Utami was trying her hardest not to laugh.
she corpsed at the end, but it she was.
Yeah, and you
I
know
mean,
that she knew going into it. She's like, I got this girl beat. She's like, I know. I'm just too modest to
Yeah.
say it.
Which I mean, she gets it. We all get it. Utami's thick. I mean, it's no surprise. But
Yeah,
like,
well, I
just
mean, why? I mean, why do you think Sai Kamatani had a
you're not
this.
wrong. You're not
Yeah,
wrong. But I give Utami credit for just how she's able. Even though she's one that's not necessarily loud, very chill, but can vibe in a comedy segment and work with it. So there's that. Um, so Misfit, you picked Utami.
yes.
Andy, who did you pick?
Utami,
You
yeah,
picked
Utami.
Utami. Ruckus.
yeah. It's a Tommy. It has to be a Tommy in this case. Now, it's not just because you have to give Tommy a win after losing the red belt. It's also the fact that you can tell the Gochika is going to be one of their projects in 2026 now.
It was Gochi. That's who they were talking about. It was her
Yeah,
and
and
and yeah.
if you haven't noticed, she's already had, with counting this one, she's had 3 marquee matchups against all 3 Marigold World Champions.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Obviously, Grand Destiny, she faced Sari.
Mhm.
She just faced Miku,
Mhm.
and now she's facing Utami. You do not go through that murderer's row unless the company has seen and said, like, you know what? There's something to you that we have to build up to.
Yeah, I can see. You mentioned Kyrie. Whenever Kyrie does make a appearance, Marigold, I think that's the match you do.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one. But yeah, it's going to be probably going to be Utami. And the main thing is, Utami loves to sell. We also have to make sure. It's one of the reasons why she has the booty that she has, because she takes Larry's like a motherfucker.
True.
And she's gonna need it too, considering one of Gochika's biggest parts, if not the biggest part of her arsenal, is the swing.
Yeah. Giant swing. Yep.
Yeah, and which unfortunately she still has not fully grasped on how to let go and have people land right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Utami does need that cushion, but it's also the fact that she loves to sell, but she makes you look good. It's not awkward
True.
with Utami. If Utami's working with you, she's gonna make sure that you look good.
Mm-hmm.
So even though Tommy's gonna win, it'll win in the match, but more people will feel more like Gochika won, from a moral standpoint.
Okay. I'm gonna be rooting for Gochika, mainly because I know the crowd is gonna be mainly behind her, but I gotta agree she comes up just a little short. Um, But I do think this will be the match that will put a lot more eyes on Go Chica, because when the time comes and she wins her first championship, that venue's going to explode. That I do believe. I don't know how sooner or later it will be, but the moment she finally wins a championship, that wherever venue it's going to be in is going to explode. So, okay, Utami across the board.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We ready for some championship matches.
I just seen what the first title match is. I'm like, okay, that's interesting.
So we got 4 championship matches. All right. First up, we got a tag title match within the ranks of Darkness Revolution, as the Marigold Twin Star tag titles will be on the line, as the champs of the Dark Wolf, Chiaki, and Psycho Speed Misa Matsui will take on the team of Nagisa Nozaki and the Black Diamond, Ryoseto.
Well, I think we can all agree that Darkness Revolution is going to walk away with the titles.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
This is interesting. They're doing a faction warfare type tag match here. The titles. I'm gonna go with Miyazaki because I love me some Miyazaki. I will always go back to the moment in the gauntlet at, at Grand Destiny where Gigaton came out and she just was over it immediately. Which I think is funny that she lost that and she's still getting a title match out of it. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, I'm gonna go with Real Seto and Nozaki.
Oh, to become new champs. Okay.
Either way, Darkness Revolution's winning the titles.
Rockus, let's go to you next for this one.
This was interesting to me because obviously on one end you have who's the de facto leader of Darkness Revolution, and the person that she recruited to the faction, with Chiaki and Misa.
Yep.
And on the other side, you have technically the second in command and the person that she recruited.
Yep.
Into Darkness Revolution. This is going to be an interesting matchup. Now, first, this is one where you can flip a coin, and I think nobody comes out a loser in this. Let's say, obviously, the faction's going to win out.
Yeah.
And maybe you gave, like I said, you gave a belt to Misa.
Yep. Finally.
Yeah. But now you actually need to start pushing her back to being a single star.
Yep. Especially after the performance she had at the Dream Star.
Yep. And Chiaki, remember, this is her second reign as Twin Star champion.
Mm-hmm.
She's not gonna get hurt by it, but for like for the official, unofficial member of the Marigold roster, Nagisa Nozaki, who I believe is still a freelancer, but actually has her jersey number.
Yes, technically yes.
Yeah. So
I mean, she's not the first. So.
Yeah. So I wouldn't be surprised if Nagisa and Ryoseto win this out, because Ryoseto is also somebody that Marigold has very, very high goals for.
Absolutely.
And you give her a belt. At the same time, you start putting Misa back in either the Superfly or the white belt picture.
Okay. Andy.
This is tough, I think, just because it's kind of randomly thrown together. I'm gonna say the Misa Matsui and Chiaki team, just because I feel like they just won the belts. And do they have a defense to their name yet? Or not yet?
No, I believe this is.
This would be their first defense. I feel like you give them at least one
Oh,
defense.
actually, no.
No,
This will
they
be
did.
their.
They,
This
they
will be
had
their
defended
third.
before.
This will be their
Oh,
Yeah.
third, actually.
interesting. The other thing that kind of stands out to me too is if you were to look at like who would take a pin in this match, like Rhea Sato kind of stands out to me as maybe the one who would eat the fall. So maybe that's kind of why I'm swaying towards the current champs as well.
Okay. Um, this is a very interesting matchup. Um, and speaking of two-time, actually, Nagisa has a chance to become a two-time tag champ. Um, it's funny considering her and Chiaki on opposite ends, and they were tag champs together their first reign. Um, I will say Chiaki and Psycho Speed retain, and then I believe immediately afterwards, Sarayama Oka and Shino come out and
Hmm.
officially make the challenge as the winners of the Twin Star Cup. I believe they make the challenge for those tag titles. And of course, Sarah Yamaoka, former tag champ herself, her and Nene. And I really like what I've been seeing out of her and Shino. So I definitely think, even regardless of the winners, I think Sari and Shino come out to officially make the challenge.
Hmm.
Okay.
I do think it's quite funny though. Grand Destiny had Darkness Revolutions as champions. They lost, and then we went. Then they were going to the next big pay per view, and somehow Darkness Revolution are the champions again.
Yeah.
I just think it's funny.
Yeah. It's quite a trip. It's quite a
The
trip.
irony of it.
Okay. Let's see. Andy will be right back. And we'll be sure to get his picks for this next one. So this next title match, it's a big one, especially for somebody who not too long ago made their Marigold debut and has been on a roll. Has been on a roll. And now she has a big opportunity. This is for the Marigold United National Championship. As the champion, Victoria Yuzuki will defend against the red hot Shoko Koshino.
Well, I agree with the red hot situation there. However, they they're not. I don't think they're taking that title off of Yuzuki for a while, a good bit. Um, because I think, and this is just me spitballing here, I think they're gonna build up eventually a Mai Iwatani uh win. I think when we get to that point, I think Mayu is going to be the one to take the title off of
Of,
Yuzuki.
of Yuzuki? Wow. Okay.
Because after she drops that Superfly title, the next one up singles wise would be that title. Um, yeah, so I think yeah, because then they can get Yuzuki ready for red belt status stuff. Um, Shoko's time will come, just not yet.
Okay.
Give it a few more years, and she'll be ready for. I could see her in maybe a year or so win the Superfly title, but like the two big titles, it'll be a good while.
Raucus?
Well, Choco Lexa has been red hot since dropping the mask,
Yep.
and she's actually shown to be fairly good. That goes beyond the gimmick.
Yep.
But there's a reason why I've called the the United National Champion, the white belt from Marigold, the Prove It belt.
Okay.
Because based on the first two champions of it and how their reigns have gone, this belt has been used as a way to for Roxy pretty much essentially say, prove it. Prove to me that you are ready to be in the main event.
Mm-hmm.
And for that alone, I think Yuzuki's gonna win. Because they're gonna build her up fairly well when it comes to how this reign's gonna go. Because at the end of the day, like you mentioned,
Mm-hmm.
Choco can get another championship title down the line.
Yeah.
I don't know. Uh, she might meet the weight requirement for Superfly, but she would automatically be the tallest Superfly champion. Automatically.
So she is 5'7", 143.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
I think that, yeah, that's just teetering on the line. But either way, like I said, she's gonna have her chance. Like there's a reason Marigold signed her.
Yeah, like unless they introduce their version of the future title, the super fight is probably what I would
Actually,
do.
no, she does not qualify.
No,
She's 10 pounds over. She
no,
doesn't
no.
Ah,
qualify.
Well, she needs to get that Buddy Murphy workout ready.
Yeah.
um,
She's 65 kg. You have to be 55 kg or less.
yeah, well, okay, so what did you think about my little idea of Mayu being the one to take the title off of Yuzuki?
it can work, but at the same time, she's kind of already going out of order. Like she has a Superfly belt, but much in the way that we include the IWGP in the Stardom orbit, we can pretty much just say that the GHC title is in that Marigold Marvelous orbit.
Mm-hmm.
And Mayu is already technically already skipping the white belt to go for this world title, which obviously would give her history. The first woman to hold the IWGP and GHC women's heavyweight titles.
Mm-hmm.
But it'll depend on the line because one thing that we didn't mention in the last match, Stardust Revolution is still technically the only official faction
Yes.
in Marigold. And the way things are coming together, that's not going to be the case in 2026.
Yeah. It's only a matter of time.
And
Yeah.
we know Mayu's really want to do something with Thunder Rock in 2026, whether
Yeah.
it's in WWE or Marigold.
Yep.
Um,
There's that. And we
so
also know that we got to credit Fuka on this. Fuka has called both Yuzuki and Kamomo Minami Mayu's Royal Guard.
Yep. Good point.
Because those two are almost attached to the hip of Mayu
Yep.
and
outside of the ring.
haven't they been doing something with Mayu on the Marigold shows lately? With her
They've
like
been,
being
like I said, they've been doing some things with Mayu. Like you've already started to see the seeds being planted.
Yep.
And I would say that unless unless Yuzuki is the first betrayal, I don't see Mayu being the one that takes the white belt off Yuzuki.
the only reason I mentioned Mayu because I couldn't think of like off the top of my head anyone who would be, I guess, ready.
Misa's ready now.
Oh,
Yeah,
Misamatsui.
yeah, but do you think they would pull the trigger on it? That's the question.
They
I,
want to put it right away, but she would be a prime candidate.
I could definitely see her being a prime candidate, especially after the performance she put up in the Dream Star this year.
You didn't think about me, so
Yeah.
that's a good one. That's actually good, really good shout.
So, Rakus is Yuzuki, Misfit, you're Yuzuki. Andy, um, United National Championship, Victoria Yuzuki, Shoko Koshina.
I think the unchampion retains. Yuzuki again, she kind of just won it, it feels like, and it just feels like she's kind of on a more of an exciting path than Shoko, who just came into the promotion. So I think it'll be a good match, but I'm gonna go with Yuzuki.
This will be Yuzuki's third defense, which she was able to defend against Ria Seto and Psycho Speed Misa Matsui. This is a big test for a red hot Shoko Koshino since she unmasked. Um, I think she still occasionally, outside of Marigold, still rocks the flying penguin gimmick. I think it's rare now. Um, I think she'll put up a good fight, but Victoria Yuzuki is just really in her prime, and honestly, she's gonna keep going up. And I have to say, going back to when she, finally did that victory shooting off the top turnbuckle, I was just like, yes, finally. She's going to continue to grow. I got a chance to meet her. She is phenomenal. Victoria Yuzuki for the win to secure defense number 3. Okay. Now it's about to get really interesting, gentlemen. The semi-main event. Two very familiar names in what many may even say are two of the best Joshi wrestlers in the world. And they will be battling out for the GHC Women's Championship as the champion, the ace of Marvelous, Takumi Aroha, will defend against the icon and current Marigold Superfly champion, Mayu Iwatani.
I think it's quite funny that we're going to a second pay-per-view for Marigold, and Mayu is not defending the title.
Yep, she has a chance to become Mayu 2 belts.
Well, I don't think she's going to become Mayu 2 belts. Just for the simple fact of you're not going to see Aroha possibly after this show. Maybe. At least not for a good while. Yeah, I just think they're going to just continue that whole thing there, and Mayu's going to go off to do whatever she does in Marigold. Simple as that.
Okay, so you're going Takumi. Okay. Andy.
Out of every match that we talked about so far on both of the shows that we talked about, I guess on 3 of the shows that we talked about, this to me feels like a time limit draw.
I don't know if they're going to go do another time
Interesting.
limit draw though with Marigold. You know, they did that with Utami, and people hated it.
Yeah, but Rossi loves his time
Yeah,
limit
yeah, but
draws.
that's not going to stop him from doing it again. This is Rossi.
He loves his time limit draws.
Rakus.
Though, if they were going to do a
Sorry.
time limit draw on the show, this probably would be the match to do it on.
Yeah, like I said, and Rossi does love his time limit draws, but the one thing that he does love more than time limit draws is Mayu.
Yep. I knew that
That's
was
true.
coming.
Yeah,
That's true. Touche.
yeah, and
Well, unless it's Io Shirai.
yeah,
No, it's Mayu. It's Mayu.
yeah. Mayu just by the mere fact that she wound up staying, which she could have easily left. Put her as daughter 1A and Io's daughter 1B.
There,
Yeah, but
there you go.
But he also booked Io to go over Mayu though.
Yeah, I don't think that was Rossi's call. that call came from Sanford. If anything,
Yeah, that's a fair point.
but he has to make it up to Mayu for that. So, and also, we have not heard that the Marigold Marvelous War is over yet.
Fair point.
So, I could see Mayu coming in. Obviously, a little bit hurt, a little bit heartbroken out of real world issues. She just lost
Hmm.
one of her pets. And that will fuel her to win the GHC heavyweight title. Because Takumi's done a pretty good job in building that title up. And now we need that rocket fuel. Mayu is that rocket fuel. But we also did mention that Superfly belt that Mayu has going 2 shows in a row without defending. And there is one little gremlin from Marvelous that Mayu owes a match to.
Yep.
So I say Mayu wins the GHC heavyweight title, but then it's immediately challenged by Miyamoto for the Superfly belt.
I like that.
I'm gonna play devil's advocate here for a second. So I'm gonna use your playbook of does New Japan care about Stardom? Does Noah care about Marigold?
I mean,
They shouldn't because
you gotta also remember this isn't Rossi doesn't have final say of what happens with this title. This is Marufuji's call.
Yeah. The only main saving grace on that is,
and also the only reason they did the only reason I think they did the Tama draw with the Utami match is because it was a double title match. This isn't a double title match.
yeah, it's not.
right.
But who, granted the circumstances, who did Marufuji book to be the inaugural JC heavyweight champion?
A Marigold wrestler.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a point.
I just don't see it happening though.
I mean, and not to mention, Koki's one of the most charismatic, but not the best in-ring wrestler of the roster.
Mm-hmm.
I just
So,
don't. I just for the fact that I don't think. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna have Utami win, not Utami, Mayu win. Especially, I'm not saying they're gonna have a title change in the main event, but if they are gonna do a title like a big title change, it wouldn't be here.
so this will be Takumi's 5th defense of the GHC Women's Championship. I'm going to just keep it simple. I honestly cannot see Mayu losing 2 back-to-back Marigold pay-per-views. I can't see it. Mayu for the win. I mean, losing 2 back-to-back pay-per-views, like especially after losing to Io, I
Yeah.
I don't see her losing 2 back-to-back pay-per-views. I just can't. Not to mention, this is the same Takumi Iroha that also is the top champion in Marvelous, because she still has that Marvelous 3AW singles championship, which she has barely defended. And I think there needs to be some more concentration back on that title, because she's had that title for a long time. She's had it for 507 days, only 3 defenses. That's not a lot.
Are we sure
Yeah.
Bushiroad ain't booking Marvelous?
No, but it's Chigusa. This is also in line with Chigusa when it comes to Takumi.
True. And I mean, she is the ace of
Yeah.
Marvelous. I mean,
But you also have, okay, you take the belt off Takumi, you have her concentrate on Marvelous. There's literally a tag team that can go individually at her for that AAAW belt, with or without eyebrows.
Oh, Magenta. Uh, I miss dancing Rico. I know
She
I
did
got it.
come back for one night. She did come back for one night, and then she shaved her eyebrows again.
Yeah, but it was for a ruse. Ah, dang it, dang it, dang it. Okay, and then the main event of Marigold First Dream.
Baby. So far the rebel has not made a lot of shows.
So, this is actually a rematch from this year's Marigold First Dream, which I was at. It was great. But they're competing for a different title this time. For the Marigold World Championship, the champion, Miku Ano, will defend against the woman that made her tap out to dethrone her for the Marigold United National Championship, her Lady Airness, Mai Sakurai.
So originally, I had Mikuano winning this match. Somewhere in between that, my opinion changed.
Really?
I don't know why, but I think we're gonna have a new Marigold World Champion.
What?
Wow.
She
I,
loses on defense one?
Yeah,
I,
that's
That's
it's
bold.
just something tells me. Yeah, it's just this weird feeling.
Wow, that is bold. Dang, winning the Dream Star, winning the title, and then losing the first defense. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Andy, how you feeling?
I'm probably a little bit more bland. I'm gonna go with Miko Auno. I think, like you say, winning the Dream Star, winning the title, first defense. Usually the first defense is like an easy defense. This is not gonna be an easy defense. This is gonna be
True.
a war. These women seem to like hate each other all of a sudden. Um, the match is gonna be great, and I love Mai, but I just don't see it happening so quickly for Miku.
Raucus?
yeah. Like okay, I, I'm like I said, the same way that I ride for now Ishikawa, I've grown within the last 2 years to ride for my Sakurai,
Okay.
because
Ooh.
if there's anybody, absolutely anybody, that benefited more than anybody else from leaving Stardom and going to Marigold, it's my
Agreed.
Sakurai.
Mhm.
Agreed.
She literally went from Julius Lackey to somebody that is in a red belt match and it's not only deserving, it's also somebody that you can see that can lead a company. So I can see where Misfit's coming from on it,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't think it's her time yet. Like I think I mentioned it before, either in the last podcast or in our Discord server. This is not going to be the last time in 2026 that you're going to see Miko Ayano versus Mai Sakurai
You
for the
think they run
Marigold
it
World
back at
title.
a big show down the road?
No, I think Mai can use this loss as fuel because she probably would be one of the prime candidates to win the Dream Star this year
Mm.
and next year, technically.
I could see that.
That's a good, solid point. Um, Considering we gotta really look at what Mai Sakurai has been able to accomplish in such a small amount of time with this promotion. She was the inaugural Twin Star Tag Team Champion with Mirai Zaku, the second United National Champion, dethroning Miku Ano in this year's First Dream. Made her tap. Like, in all honesty, Raucus, you're onto something there, because her as a candidate to win 2026 Dream Star is very doable. Very doable.
And
And stemming back to what was said earlier, just little by little her path, going from actress girls to stardom, Cosmic Angels, and then breaking out of Cosmic Angels, joining DDM, and winning championship, and then following Julia to Marigold, and just really seeing how greatly her stock has risen. Because I mean, the promotion, I mean, they're running on year 2 right now. Like, they have definitely given her the ball to run with it in quite a big way than probably what many may have predicted originally with Mai Sakurai. Because, I mean, she's always had the look. And maybe at first glance, not necessarily somebody that may have the tools, the skills. I mean, many could say that about, say, like a Mina Shirakawa, given her gimmick. You know, it's easy for like a casual wrestler to look at Mina and not really take her seriously because, of her look and how she, really emphasizes that. But Mina packs a punch. Not only that, has been learning what? Brazilian Jiu Jitsu, MMA. She's legit. So I think we're seeing more and more of that with Mai Sakurai, because she's definitely not just a pretty face.
I think there's one piece of that puzzle you're missing too. I think it's like the biggest piece of that puzzle is she almost retired.
Oh,
yes,
yeah, good point. Good point.
Which
yes.
just, I mean, that makes everything that you laid out so much more impressive. When she was at a rock bottom moment and needed Julia to talk her off of that ledge and say, no, you can be really good and you can be really successful. And obviously, Julia was right. I mean, look at where it's gotten Maya. But for someone to go all the way down to that depth and then come all the way back up is
Mhm.
incredible.
Yeah.
and and not to mention doing it her way.
Hmm.
That was the thing, doing it her way. Yes, she gained Julia's CTE powers, but at the same time, like she made it, she made that United National reign her own.
Oh, yeah.
She made it worthy enough for Yuzuki to say, "I want that belt."
Oh, yeah.
And when it comes, and in the end, when it comes to it, also because we know there's gonna be in 2026 5 main Marigold pay-per-views in 2026. Obviously,
Mm-hmm.
we're talking First Dream, Mayu's anniversary show,
Mm-hmm.
Summer Destiny,
Summer Destiny, Grand
and then
Destiny.
Grand Destiny, and Shine Forever
Oh, yeah, Shine
in between
Forever.
those, and
Yep.
then in the mean run. Who's to say that at Summer they move up the Dream Star so then the finals could be at Summer Destiny and then have the Red Belt match be at Grand Destiny? There's a possibility when it comes into that, and Mai has earned that possibility.
I think they could benefit too from slightly moving up the Dream Star because think about this year, it was later than almost every other tournament. I think a lot of people just had tournament fatigue, just didn't really pay as close of attention to it as like the 5 star or the G1 or anything like that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
that's a good point.
not to mention, 2025 has not been the kindest year, at least in Japan,
Right.
when it comes to tournaments. That Jesus Christ, that junior heavyweight, that junior tournament, that tag tournament,
Oh yeah, that was.
yeah,
Yeah.
that has to be Thanos snapped immediately.
Yeah. Like.
But you
Um.
also got to take into account you probably want to get the Dream Star started sooner because you likely are going to have a much bigger rookie class coming into Marigold now that their dojo's up and running.
Yeah. Good point. And another point that I had on my Sakurai, and that fans are gonna remember, she's not young. She's 35. Like her and Miku Ano, I believe, are the same age. And I know Miku Ano had mentioned about just kind of being up in the air about when she's gonna call it quits. Because I mean, I know that my Sakurai hasn't been in the business as long as Miku Ano, because Miku Ano, 8 years, so longer than my Sakurai, but both same age. And the thing with Miku Ano, and see, the thing with her is she's won the top two titles in Marigold. She's the current red belt champ. I'm not even too sure where her ceiling is, being that she's won a Dream Star and she's held the two top singles titles in Marigold. So
Mm-hmm.
really, where is her ceiling? And as far as what really she has left in her career, but for my Sakurai, could it be argued that she's in her prime, even at age 35?
I think so.
Yeah, it could be argued now at this stage with the way you train, with the way people have kept up better with their bodies. 35 could be entering. Miku could actually be entering her actual prime at 35. Because that's the thing. Miku has not even scratched the surface of what people think that she's capable of, both as a wrestler and like somebody that can carry a promotion, be the star of the promotion. And I think that Miku Iono deserves a chance to do that with Marigold.
Oh yeah.
And granted, like when we get to talking about like awards and predictions, I think Miku Iono is going to play a big factor in a lot of movement coming in 2026 with her carrying the flag for Margot.
Can it be argued that she's the ace, Marigold?
I think there's a case you can build for it. I don't know if it's as easy of an argument, um, but I think you could make a compelling case for it. Because who would be the biggest opposition to that? Utami, who didn't have like the most incredible red belt reign in the last year.
Yeah.
The only person I could think of that would be good opposition would be Victoria Yuzuki.
But if it that's a good point. It feels like Aono is like one step in front of her, you know?
Yeah. That's the
Yeah,
thing. The Ace conversation is a very peculiar one when it comes to Marigold because I think year one, it was pretty set in stone that that year was made for Utami to be the ace.
Mm-hmm.
They built Utami up to be the ace. Now, granted, the reign wasn't what we all hoped for,
Right.
and unfortunately, that follows again. That's I don't know if it's something with Rossi because remember, Utami's Rebel run in Stardom wasn't really great overall. Like the second half of it was outstanding, but the first half of it was semi forgettable. And then there's an argument that she's still the ace. There's an argument that Miku, because she's the Red Belt champion, she should be the ace. If you're talking favoritism and experience and accolades, there's an argument for Mayu to be the ace. But then you also have, like I said, conversations of Yuzuki, potential ace in the future. Sari, potential ace in the future. Hell, even Shino, potential ace in the future. Not to mention, we don't even know the full potential of people like Komomo Minami or even Nagisa Tachibana, who's improved leaps and bounds for what she was a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a very interesting conversation to have within Marigold. I would probably say it's still Utami by default, but there's a compelling argument to be made for several candidates, other two, because the only other one that probably would have said would have been Ace.
Mm-hmm.
Also, if she didn't leave the promotion, would have been Mirai.
So the interesting thing, I think there's more when it comes to accolades and just like who she is. Like, I think Miku overall has the advantage considering we are talking about somebody that was the ace of a different promotion for a long time in Actress Girls. And I get it. I understand that a lot of people may see Actress Girls not exactly I guess, how would you say, a promotion where pro wrestlers can really call a long term home, just based on the history and the background of Actress Girls. Because, I mean, after all, Miku Ano was the first Actress Girls champ. And being that it's weird because I know that's how many may feel about a promotion like Actress Girls, but then you have to think the loads of different talent that have wrestled for Actress Girls at one point and look at where they are now. You know, the Natsupois. You know, look at what happened with Tam Nakano with her career. Um, Riko Kawahara, now Kakuta. Like, so many names have gone. Sari Ano. Like, so many names. And I was even surprised at some of the ones that I found out with, shout out to Ultraviolet. So many well-known names have gone through Actress Girls. And looking at where they are at now, it's like it says a lot.
Ultraviolet, the video game?
No, another friend of mine who actually helped me when I was planning my trip to Japan when I went to Actress Girl show. Really good guy.
Yeah, so I take a few years things. So
You good?
yes, I am. I also had to pee really bad.
Okay. Are we ready for these 2025 year in
All right,
awards?
so all right, well, what I missed what was Ruckus's in these picks
For
for the main event.
for the main event?
Yeah.
So I went Miku Ano.
I went Auno as well.
Okay.
I went Miku too.
Okay.
Yeah, Miku. Miku.
Can
You're.
we peer pressure you into changing your?
No.
Oh, he's
Uh,
sticking with
no.
my. Okay.
I don't want Miku to lose because pulling I was hardcore pulling for her this entire 2025.
Yep.
I just have this weird that you ever have that bad feeling when watching a pro wrestling show that something you don't want to happen is gonna happen?
Yeah. Many times.
That's my
Many
feeling.
times.
I have the feeling that Ruckus had when they did the screwy stuff with Momo winning after winning the 5 star. That's my feeling. Yeah.
Okay. So we are about to begin going through the winners of the year-end awards
Uh,
2025.
I I want to stress this to everybody watching the show. Yes, it's a Joshi centered podcast, but we're going through all of them. So not all winners is Joshi related. So I was going to do this on my own show, but I wanted to do this with a group of people because I've never done it that way because I wanted to do that last year and things didn't work out very well for me. So and I will try to post these on Twitter later. Um, so let me see. Let me find
So,
a
so I'll let you
uh,
call out the category and I'll post the graphic.
as soon as these things can load. Oh, here we go. Okay, so let me look for a good one to start out with. Uh, the big ones we're going to take for last.
Okay.
I can find.
But I got every
So
one of these up. So
okay, so let me see. All right, so I'm going to start with a good one here. Wrestling YouTube channel of the year.
wrestling
So
YouTube
the two
channel of the year.
nominations were as followed. You have the Solo Monster Sound Off, the Stardom Cast of Vibe, the WWE Vault, Going in Raw, In the Clutch, Kanachan TV, and Sheeta Tube. Coming at last place with one vote, unfortunately, was the In the Clutch Boys, good group of people. At joint at number no, this is third place. This is third place here. So at 15% of the vote is the WWE Vault. Coming in at second place is our good friends at the Stardom Cast with 23.1% of the vote, and the overall 53 top nominations is Kanachan TV with, which shocked me a little bit, but I'm not surprised given that she's now has integrated her channel into her wrestling storylines, which is a great thing to do. She started doing that with this EO story. So, what do you guys think of Asuka winning wrestling YouTube channel? Do you?
I have to say, as a subscriber myself, great content that she's been putting out through her YouTube channel. I loved the different cooking videos. I love how big of a gamer she is, and I hope, the building the arcade, the little dream arcade she puts together. I hope it looks awesome. I can't wait until that finishes. And also somebody that's met Asuka. Thanks WWE World. Um, I really loved how well her channel has blown up successfully, and yeah, not surprised that she
It,
takes home the crown.
yeah, I think it's because of her. What I think got it this year was her integrating it into her storylines,
Hmm.
which usually you don't see that often with these channels.
True.
Like Sheeta doesn't do that for AEW. It's just for her own fun and amusement.
That
At
is
the moment they
true.
started putting Kyrie on there, and they have had these stories of why so and so with Rhea and all that stuff. It's great things I wish more people would do. And
Andy?
what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's a great channel. I don't have much more to add than what Blitz already mentioned. It's a lot of fun to watch. I think the integration of the storylines, like you said, Misfits, a lot of kind of adds in a little like different complexity to it. The building that she's building, I don't know if I understand exactly what it is, but it seems really cool. It seems like a giant like adult playground, which was awesome.
Pretty
Yeah, she's
much.
building
Um,
an arcade in Osaka.
but she has like it's like an arcade, but there's like so much more on top of it too. Like she's building like an adult playpen basically.
Like she said, like it's not ready yet. I'm like, when is it going to be ready?
Yeah,
It,
it's supposed to be pretty huge, so I
yeah,
hope they take their
I
sweet
tell you,
time.
whenever it gets finished, and if I ever do take a trip over to Japan, that is something I will be going to.
Hmm.
Not only for a cheap idea to meet Oscar, but also to play the games that she loves. So
Ruckus?
it's very deserving. It's very deserving in that aspect of it. Asuka has done really well as far as showing her personality outside of WWE in that channel.
right.
But now, luckily, started to incorporate a lot of the storyline elements into it. But I'll admit, like my favorite video from that channel is still when she wound up visiting that bar,
Oh yeah,
our
yeah.
first super fan,
Oh yeah.
and just seeing that fan's face
Was that
when it finally clicked. Okay, this isn't a joke. She's literally standing in front of me.
wasn't that when she was in the middle of her rehab of her injury?
I believe so.
It
Yeah,
might have been, yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, that was a pretty cool moment. To see, I just love her channel. And it was funny because people were calling her, when are you going to do collaborations with Kyrie? When is Kyrie going to be on your channel? And then as soon as Kyrie comes back to the company, what happened?
Which, by the way, I did see that Superfan once I was in Japan. She does go to quite many pro wrestling shows, so she's frequent.
Oh, well, yeah, she got her own wrestling bar.
Yeah.
yeah.
So yeah,
There's
but
that. Yeah,
congratulations to Oscar Connor. Um, hopefully you do something really cool at WrestleMania this year. There's a chance it might be Io and Kyrie and not well, but anyways. But yeah, last year's winner was Solo Monster, and he is another one of my favorite YouTubers. Uh, very unbiased when it comes to his takes on pro wrestling. Uh, people think he is a shield for both companies, even though he's not.
Wow.
but uh, but yeah, it was all funny enough. His name is also Jason.
Yes.
um,
It's a popular name.
or people like to call him Orange Cassidy. But yeah, so there is that. We can go through commentator of the year next. This one was interesting because I was curious to see who was going to get in there, given that. Um, so last year's winner was Walker Stewart, well deserved last year, by the way.
Very good
Um,
guy.
yes, he even promoted it on his Twitter, which I thought was the coolest thing. He didn't have to do that, but he did. Um, he was neck and neck with the winner of this year, but we're gonna go with the 1% vote, unfortunately, for Joe Tessitore.
Mm.
Uh, uh, Joe, I will say though, Joe Tessitore, he has been coming on his own. He fits very well in the pro wrestling space.
Hmm.
Uh, he makes me miss Mauro Ronaldo quite a bit because
Mm.
that's who he reminds me of. Um, uh, so that's pretty cool on that end. So that would be, I believe that is in fourth place. Joint third place with actually same amount of votes. Michael Cole and Stuart Fulton from Pro Wrestling Noah and / Marigold, and probably some other Wrestling Universe ones he does.
He has a very
Um,
unique voice.
yeah. He still irks me when he calls the suplex a brainbuster, but I like that slide. Um, on that time that he called the NXT the next, or remember the other guy, but yeah, he almost won it last year, close, but he didn't. Second place was last year's winner, Walker Stewart, good guy again.
Mm-hmm.
Would love to see him uh, do. I can't wait to see what he does. I'm just glad he is doing the English cover for Stardom, which is great that they finally got that going. But number one, the winner of this year's Commentator of the Year, which actually I'm not even mad about, uh, Wade Barrett, King
Got
Barrett.
got some bad news.
Well, he's got some good news. But yeah, Wade Barrett, Commentator of the Year for, and this is all unbiased. I didn't pick any. I mean, voted for you like once, but my vote doesn't matter. It's y'all's vote that matters here. Uh, but yeah, Wade Barrett, Commentator of the Year for the Misfit Wrestling Podcast Awards.
I like him. Um, Definitely, I felt like he's been doing a really good job. Um,
He's gotten Bronson Reed over. I can tell you that.
yeah. Um, don't have anything crazy special. I mean, I have no complaints really. So that's all I got. Andy,
Yeah, I think a deserving selection in a very crowded field of nominees.
Raucus.
Yeah, yeah. I would before Rockets. I was tempted on putting. I might do it next year because I find out what his name is. It's the lead commentator of the Japanese side of Stardom. Because he's really good. Um, I gotta find his name though. So when I do, he will definitely be on the list next year.
Okay. Raucus.
Oh, Ian Riccaboni and Corey Graves were also on the list, but they unfortunately didn't get nominated.
Ah, do did we lose Raucus?
Yeah, muted himself. I don't know. Is he still here? Rockets.
We might have. We might have.
Did his phone die again?
Um, I don't know. Yeah,
Let me
we might have lost him,
let
but
me let me,
I'll
let me
message him. but but yeah, it's a good pick.
You alive? It's what I posted in his Discord. See if you've seen
Okay,
it.
let me see.
Okay, well, while that's looking, I can find the next one because I'm trying to do some good. I want to go through the big ones right now, just to maybe. Actually, here's one I think you guys are gonna like. Most improved
Most improved. Okay.
wrestler of 2025. The nominees. This was a big list. Nominees were as followed: Asa Inaba, Naomi Hanako, Akira Kuragane, Giovanna Evans, Raquel Rodriguez, Victoria Yuzuki, Kyle Fletcher, Chanyona Hina, and Sarah Yamamoto. That's a great list to have, by the way. um,
Yeah, pretty solid.
which I tell you right now, last year I wouldn't have had Raquel on there. She's done really good this year, in ring wise. So a joint Last place is Kyle Fletcher and Raquel Rodriguez. I'm a little shocked. I thought Kyle Fletcher would be a little higher than that.
Mm-hmm.
But that's so he hasn't messaged me back yet. So that's interesting. But in the top, let's see, in third place. No, yeah, there's third place. Chan Yoda
Oh,
got on there, so that's
top three.
like,
Okay.
which I have a feeling I know who voted for that one. We might be on the show currently.
Don't look
Maybe
at
I
me.
don't know.
Shoot.
And now, if I had put Ami Saray on here, I know you would have voted.
You're not
um,
wrong.
and joint second place, Javon Evans and Victoria Yuzuki. Well, deserved in that area. This is where I mentioned earlier that the shocking one that came in there. As soon as I put her on that list, as soon as I remembered to put her on the list,
Mm-hmm.
she immediately shot up to the top of the rankings with 46%, six top level nominations. We just talked about her on the Marigold show. Marigold's own Sari Yamamoka.
You're a winner. Most improved.
I was shocked how fast that went up. But I'm not. But also, I'm not that shocked. What do you guys think?
Well, I know for me, worthy, definitely worthy of winning. Um, wasn't who I originally voted for, but still very worthy of winning for obvious reasons.
I really thought Javon Evans was going to walk away with it.
I mean, as a North Carolinian, I'm a little biased, but Sari Yamaoka, that was a good pick. Overall, good pick. Andy?
Yeah, I agree. I think a strong pick, somebody who is certainly improving, is going to continue improving, which is like kind of crazy to think about too. But yeah, strong pick.
I think Rock has muted himself again.
Yeah, a little bit. I was
Okay.
answering the call, but
Oh, no problem.
Okay, so
yeah. But
I,
let me just see. Siri winning it. It's a fair assessment. Let's start out this year. She has clearly earned the moniker of super rookie.
Mm-hmm.
And what I'm also a bit surprised that Javon Evans didn't win. It's also showing a little bit of the fact of how people view Sari compared to Javon Evans, because Javon Evans is just barely starting.
and like I said, Sari was a late addition to that
Yeah.
list, and
Yeah.
had I, because I was like, because when I originally put like, it was like maybe a week into the year-end awards, and I'm like, I feel like there's somebody missing here, and I couldn't put my finger on it, and I'm like, it's Sari Yamamoka that's missing on this list, and so, yeah. So, what do you think of Wade Barrett winning commentary of the year?
That one's funny. That one is funny because
I'm not mad either.
yeah. No, it's funny in the sense of the fact that he has made that color commentator role his own
Yes.
in many ways. And you see a lot more Stu Bennett come out of it than like old WWE Wade Barrett.
Like you put Wade with either Michael or Joe, and he just fits.
Yeah. Well, obviously Michael Cole, he's been doing it forever
Mm-hmm.
when it comes to the role. And Joe Tessitore is very, very interesting because obviously considering the world that he comes from, he wasn't he wasn't obviously you would consider like the top guy in the sport, obviously, because you
Right.
had people still like Jim Lampley,
Mm-hmm.
Mar Ronaldo, still up there in that area as far as like play-by-play guys when it comes to boxing. But Joe Tessitore really, really came into his own. Interesting enough, during the pandemic, there,
During football.
yeah,
Mm.
not so much football. There's one fight that you have to watch. I forgot the name of one of the opponents, but one of the main guy in the main event was 140 pounds, so junior welterweight,
Mm-hmm.
Ivan Voranchik. It was one of the craziest fights that you could ever see. And it still sucks that it had to happen during the pandemic. But that's when I think I saw Joe Tessitore coming to his own as a commentator.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Very interesting. But yeah, just thinking about Mauro Ranallo, I definitely, I mean, it's one of my favorite things about Black and Gold um, era NXT, and but I believe he still does the Maple Leaf um, pro wrestling stuff.
Yeah. He does Maple Leaf. He's one of the people now that's going to be probably anchoring Netflix's boxing coverage whenever they
Mm.
do throw cards in there. He was the play-by-play guy, at least on the undercard.
Mm-hmm.
So that is going to be seeing Morrow slowly come back into the combat sports commentating. That's going to is it's very fun because I think he also does still do the English commentary for Ryzen
Oh,
whenever Ryzen has cards.
right on. Okay, Misfit. Next category.
This is actually my favorite category. I'm so glad they introduced it last year. Hater of the year.
Hater of the year. All right.
The nominees are probably the best nominees I've ever seen in a list of categories here. The nominees are as followed: Gunther, Naomi, Drew McIntyre, Ricochet, Sari, Seth Rollins, Gato, Kazuchika Okada, and Becky Lynch.
That's quite a list.
Yeah,
So at joint third place, it is Gunther and it is Drew McIntyre. Gunther, I think, snuck in there following the whole thing with John Cena.
Mm-hmm.
Um, where and earlier this year with Bret Hart, which that was also pretty hilarious too. Um, I seen that coming. Drew McIntyre won last year, rightfully so, because he was on a roll with his with the way he was handling Twitter. um, Always taking every shit he could to take jabs at CM Punk, um,
Did a lot of that.
including including the photo that kind of got him in trouble a little bit with Jack Perry. Um, at least I think so. That's pretty cool here. Joint second place, which I'm a little surprised that neither one of these won. Becky Lynch and Sari.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised that Sari didn't win, but
However, I'm not at all mad of who actually won this award because this man is such a hater to everyone he's feuded with, whether his name is Kaito Kiyomiya, whether it's Konosuke Takeshita, or whether it's Hiroshi Tanahashi. Oh ho ho, bitch. Kazuchi Okada is your hater of the year.
which it was really cool meeting him at WrestleCade.
I didn't say ho ho ho, bitch.
well, huh.
Well, yeah,
That's probably the first one I would have to disagree with because unfortunately, Okada's whole gimmick in AEW is just him saying "bitch."
Pretty much.
Yeah, and they're just now luckily starting to ramp up the rivalry between him and Takeshita. Kaito, that was always funny just because of the fact that that was just him getting the slick back, and because Kaito decided to be the young whippersnapper gets.
Oh yeah.
One of my favorite moments of Okada this year was actually the video that they did at that dinner, and
Yeah.
they had Takeshi on the video screen, and he was just going on, and Okada picked up the remote and, and turned off the television. And he said, I pushed the wrong button.
I pushed the
Oh,
wrong button. I'm so sorry. Shout out to Meerkat because he has that as a
That
meme pretty much.
yeah.
was pretty funny.
I'm not mad. Like I thought either it was gonna be Becky or Sari. Because Becky's also very much on another level this year with um her against the referee. Um,
Yeah.
I still think it
um,
was funny that she legit tried to like motorboat CM Punk. Just the slaps and then just I was just like, what the heck is she doing?
yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
that's classic Becky though. Like when she tries to be like completely evil, and then she just winds up doing something silly.
Yeah, I
look,
was just
like I will say that this Huron she is on is much better than the one I thought she had a few years ago.
Yeah, I can agree. This is better to big time Bex in that
yeah.
manner.
The big time Bex one felt a little more forced. This one, I don't know. It's just more. I don't know. It just feels more natural, and it's getting over, which is even better.
Yeah,
Which is yeah. So
I think
yeah.
because she has somebody like in the right opponent, somebody that she can easily elevate with her and Maxine Dupree.
But I want
So
to say that the hater of the year thing was so. This was if it had not been for Drew McIntyre last year, this would not have been the category in the year-end awards last year.
Yeah. Um
yeah, yeah, that's true. Drew is an innovator when it comes into that. But I'm a bit surprised. Like I said, I'm still a bit surprised that Saudi didn't win because her entire gimmick this year is I'm just gonna come in, beat the crap out of your entire roster, and you're gonna hate me for it.
yep.
Well, Sari is nominated for quite a few things actually. So,
Andy, your
but
take?
yeah,
I'm a little bit surprised that Becky didn't win, just because it's so much a part of her gimmick with all the stuff on like Instagram that she's posting and like
Oh
she, like her
yeah.
gimmick is now a hater. And I also think it's funny because having met Becky, she's like the kindest and nicest person in real life, and so
Yep.
this makes that I don't know, makes it feel like you could play that character a little bit better. But that being said, not upset with the winner here.
yeah. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna work tag teams here. We're gonna go with worst faction slash tag team of the year, and then we're gonna go with best, I guess, faction whatever. So
Okay.
starting, or no, actually, it's most hated wrestler slash faction of the year,
Okay. Got it queued
and
up.
then okay, well, don't worry about the tag team thing. That will be, I guess, worst. I guess that'll be part of worst booked faction or whatever. So most hated wrestler slash faction of the year. This is the nominees. We got John Moxley slash the Death Riders, the Young Bucks, DIY, the Judgment Day, the New Day, Hate, Gabe Kidd, Ricochet, Evil, and the Wyatt Six.
Okay.
Uh, Coming in at last, I'm not sure who actually voted for them, but it's Hate. One person voted for Hate. I don't know who it was. I've had this weird feeling on who it was. Not it was probably not somebody here. Somebody on YouTube. Or not
Mm.
YouTube, Twitter. And then at joint second place is Gabe Kidd and Evil. So thoughts on that before we get to the number one.
I
Oh,
can see Gave Kid. I can see Gave Kid because uh yeah, that whole Mr. New Japan gimmick and then essentially just pretty much being the next person up in the farm system from New Japan to AEW kind of kills it off that. Even like, I'll put it to you this way. And one reason I'll probably disagree with Evil. He got cheered against the Keshida in the G1.
Ew.
Listen. Tony Khan got to do got something that happened that Gato could not get one of his heels cheered.
Oh man.
I'm like,
Yes.
think about it. Like House of Torture is now pretty much like a babyface act. They sold out their produce show.
They did. I did hear about that. I did hear about that.
Andy, what do you think? Before we get to number one.
I'm surprised it's not evil. Mostly just because if you go online anywhere, which I guess maybe is not the best thing to do with the IWC, but if you go online anywhere, you see so many people that hate House of Torture. They hate the chair bowling that's done all the time. They're just kind of it's like the go away heat, as people say. So I'm kind of surprised.
Mm.
Well, I'll tell you why. Oh, first of all, Jason, what do you think? Before we go to
The only thing I'll say is one, bump House of Torture, and two, four words when it comes to Gabe Kidd. Gabe, Kid, War, Ready.
I I was thinking of not that, but number one actually blows it out of the water. Number one, kind of no surprise to nobody, when given how badly that whole entire faction and storyline was. Six top nominations: John Moxley and the Death Riders.
Oof.
Yeah.
But it makes sense. It makes sense.
Yeah. It makes sense why they're the most hated, and unfortunately, considering what happened in World's End, it's not going to end anytime soon.
Like it's Andy, you mentioned Go Away Heat
Yeah.
with with House of Torture. If you just only watch WWE and AEW, Go Away Heat applies to the Death Riders.
Yeah.
Yeah,
100%.
Yeah.
for
Like,
reals.
Like
like
there was times where Moxley should have lost that title before Hangman Page, and they didn't do it. Like I was one of those people that I wasn't against Swerve winning it, but I just knew that they had other plans for John Moxley in that title. And then they decide, no, we're not gonna have Darby Allin in the title because he screwed up our plans anyways by going on a mountain run. So yeah, I'm not surprised at all on that one.
yeah, it's just that okay. The fact that it went from the Blackpool Combat Club, which was a great concept, cool concept, that could have still kept on going after William Regal left, and then just pretty much Blitz would probably be the one old enough to understand this,
Hmm.
but pretty much pull a Leon Lett
Oh,
right after they betrayed Brian Danielson.
yeah.
And it just got so I'll say this: as much hate as the Bloodline got,
Hmm.
it was more deserved for the Death Riders. It is still more deserved for the Death Riders. Like the only person that has somehow been elevated from the Death Riders has been Marina Shafir.
Yeah.
Which is wild to say.
Yeah, which just basically they made her Temu Ronda Rousey 2019 run. That's
She
pretty much what they did.
went from you don't know me to whatever she's doing now.
Yeah,
There it
and
is.
but also take into account she's doing that, and she's nowhere near the TBS title picture or nowhere near the AEW
Yeah.
women's picture.
Right.
Yeah.
So that speaks volumes for itself. But yeah, oh man, like I said, like we mentioned, it's not going away anytime soon, unfortunately, because
Yeah. I saw the winner of the Continental Classic, and I'm like, and I saw this aftermath. I'm like, oh God, fucking kidding me.
yep.
Dang. I guess I got to prepare myself mentally then.
Yeah, probably. But let's go on to some happy things here. Tag team slash faction of the year. Now I don't mention that the Death Riders, most hated, but but there is a portion of the audience that think the Death Riders is the coolest thing ever. That you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So here are the nominations for tag team slash faction of the year. We got the Street Profits, Fraxium, the Death Riders, Wingori, Devil Princess, the Hurt Syndicate, the Young Bucks, um, the Outrunners, Hate, White Six, and Brodito. Top of them nominations.
Loaded.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so in joint last place, the Hurt Syndicate and Devil Princess.
Dang.
I'm a bit surprised when it comes to that for her syndicate.
Really?
I
Why
am
is
a
that?
bit surprised, but considering the audience are playing to, I'm also not surprised.
Hmm. Fair.
But second place. Now this I should point out this, and I was telling Jason about this. The
Mm-hmm.
the top and second were neck and neck at some points. This team almost won tag team of the year, and that is Wingory at number two.
Ah.
They were this close. Thoughts of Wingory almost making it to the top of
I think they
tag
should
team
have
of the year.
won it. I think they should have won it, but seeing who ended up winning it, it's a fair argument. But I still would have gone with Wayne Gory.
Adam or Andrew.
I think they had a heck of a year. I'm curious to see who the champion is here, but I think Wingori had a heck of a year. They could have easily have won this.
Ruckus.
Considering the names in the nomination, I'm not surprised that Wingori got this far. I think if Hanan and Saida didn't get injured at the times that they did, they probably would have done over the top because they probably would have had the goddess belts by now.
They
So
definitely were busy in Vegas because they got booked a lot in Vegas.
yeah, and but it's well deserved. It's well deserved when it comes into that, and also let's be real. Like I said, they're gonna continue stars, and Hanan has to take on the role of new Mayu.
Yep.
So that's not surprising.
All right. Well, here is what the fans voted for tag team of the year with 6 top level nominations, 46% of the votes. Tag team I did not think was possible to be enjoying this year, and it was a thrown together tag team, but by God did it work.
Yep.
That is the team of Bandito and Brody King. Brodito.
Brodito.
Thoughts?
Being that I've met these two before separately, I love what they bring to the table. A very interesting combo, but has flourished really well.
Andy?
I think it's nice when two people kind of come together, and even if they're just kind of randomly thrown together, they can make, what do they say? Make lemonade out of lemons, right? And kind of play the cards you're dealt and turn it into something really, really cool.
Ruckus?
You could say like, yeah, it is literally they made lemonade out of lemons because obviously, as a bandito, being stuck in witness protection in ROH for a good while, and then with Brody King obviously missing his tag team partner Buddy Matthews, who we now know is gonna be a while, if even at all, considering what he's recovering from his nerve damage.
Right.
So there's that going into it. If there's ever a team, like the only other team that I would have seen, considering how they started, how they've been pitched as breaking up, and yet somehow they don't do it, and it actually comes out better for it would have been Fraxia.
Ah.
It would have been Fraxia.
And I believe Fraxley won it last year, if I'm mistaken.
Yeah.
Because they had a hell of a 2024. So
Yeah, they did.
It's pretty much essentially almost the same thing from the circumstance.
Right. And now we're going to work on booked wrestler / faction. We're going to start with worst booked wrestler / faction of the year. And that would be the nominees being Karrion Kross, LA Knight, Shinsuke Nakamura. This was before he won the US title, Carmella Hayes. The entire Raw Tag Team division, the House of Torture, Evil, yes, I separated them. Andrade, who's had a weird end of the year. I'm just throwing that out there. And Wardlow. Here's a three-way tie I think it's a three-way tie. Hold on. Yeah, it's a three-way tie at the end with the Nakamura, LA Knight, and I believe it's Carmelo Hayes. Not surprised with those three names. On there, what do you think on those last three?
No surprise there.
Not surprised, considering that the voting was closed before yesterday's SmackDown aired.
Yeah, I don't think that him winning the US title would have changed that though.
No, but it does add accolades to it. Like, okay, they finally decided to good, because it wasn't like a fluke win. It wasn't like I did a roll up into it.
Right.
Like him and Ilya went to war, and they came out the better for it. But yeah, it doesn't also discount the rest of the year.
Okay, so joint second place, the Raw Tag Team Division, and Evil. Yeah. I'm like, what tag team division?
Bump House of Torture. That's all I can say.
Oh, we'll get the House of
Damn.
Torture.
Damn, man. Damn. But
I might as well spoil it right now. House of Torture won worst booked faction of 2025. There.
And yet, now they're like an over babyface faction that sold out the produce show. Oh,
there you go. I was unsure whether or not separating it would be a good idea. By God, somehow House of Torture got more votes than Evil for booked wrestler faction of 2025.
I think that has to do more with Sonata than anything else, unfortunately.
Yeah, fair point.
Because the bad part about it is Sonata's such a faction for.
Yep. Contentment it's not in the same sentence as
should we move on to some good news?
Yeah.
Best wrestler / faction booked faction that is. Nominees are Io Sky, Saya Kamitani, Jacob Batu, Oba Femi, Will Ospreay, Hate, Penta, and Lyra Valkyria.
It's a good
Great
lineup.
names. Joint third place. Kind of surprised that she's in third place, but it's Io Sky and Will Ospreay.
Mm.
But I'm not that surprised given her title run after WrestleMania kind of was rocky. Will Ospreay, I can understand that being there. Second place, Obafemi.
Whew.
I love that. Almost got it. I think you guys would agree that Obafemi belongs there.
Yeah.
Definitely in the discussion, yeah.
And then at number one, I know we kind of make fun of the MVP award and all that stuff here, but she did walk away with Best Booked Wrestler of the Year, the Phoenix Queen, Saya Kamatani.
Which I know I met her before she became the Phoenix Queen, but she's still a giggler.
But yeah,
Yeah.
I think this is a fair winner right here for that one.
I would say so. I would say so. Like, if anything, like it does show that people are paying more attention now to NXT. The fact that Obafemi could get to second place,
Right.
and not to mention that if there's any male product that you can say was built from the ground up by WWE, it would be Obafemi.
Right.
Yeah.
And then that way, but obviously, Saya's on a roll. Like I said, she's having fun. She has a good character going, and
Yep.
obviously right now is pretty Teflon when it comes to booking. So
She's nominated for quite a few things this year.
Yeah, which is understandable.
Um, no,
Andy?
Yeah, I mean, she's at the top of the game. She may or may not have gotten robbed in the PWI 500, but she did get her MVP award. So I think that's a clear victory.
yeah, I still think EO should win out. That's me, but you know,
You
I
had a
think
great year too. You had a great year too, but
yeah,
I think Saya had a little bit more consistency, maybe.
Yeah.
Saya's a little bit more consistent booking overall, and I don't know. I think PWI did dodge a bullet by having Mercedes be number one because I think we all remember how insane the IWC got when Shuri won the number one spot
Yeah.
in
oh, I loved
2022.
it. I loved it.
People were pissed.
I loved it. I'm like,
I like,
oh, I'm like,
like I,
oh, somebody who actually is a pro wrestler won the PWI 500 for the women. Shocker. It's called Pro Wrestling Illustrated, not Sports Entertainment. Entertainment Illustrated.
Yeah. So
But you have
so
to remember, a lot of people just don't even know that, we could sit here and talk about this type of wrestling for so long, and some people don't even know it exists, right?
exactly that was the
yeah.
whole thing. Like when I remember, so like, who is this person? Like, well, granted, because I know her from Pancrase, from her MMA background. Like, you better fucking put some fucking respect in Shuri Kondo's name.
Indeed. Oh yes.
All right, now let's move on to a very short category here called Return of the Year. I didn't actually have a lot in here because I couldn't find any other Return to the Year that would work on here. So nominations are Aleister Black returning to WWE. I'm talking about like the moment, not the actual like
Hmm.
post stuff. Tony Storm's return to Timeless. Hayabusa's resurrection. AJ Styles returns to TNA at Slammiversary, and AJ Lee returns to WWE, which I think those are actually really good ones there. So at number 3, you have AJ Styles returning to TNA. I
Definitely
think it
was
would have
good.
been higher had he actually wrestled on the show.
Yeah. Oh, he probably would have
Um,
won it.
Yeah.
um, so yeah. In second place, AJ Lee did not win this award. I know, shocker. because no one thought AJ Lee was coming back. But then CM Punk came back, and everybody's like, well, it's possible now. But the one who actually ended up winning it is the return of Hayabusa. And I'm like, yeah. Listen, I love AJ Lee, but like no one in the right mind thought that they were going to bring back the Hayabusa character.
Which is fair, yeah.
Yeah, that was a gamble. That was a very, very big gamble that 0-1 did. Like,
And it's working.
Yeah.
Because this Hayabusa is getting over. And he feels so much like the original guy.
Yeah, that was to me always the scary part of it. That you had to live up to the old Hayabusa. God rest his soul. Like he had to live up to that. That could have gone wrong in so many ways.
Yep. Rest in peace. Shout out to the late great EJ Izaki, the original Hayabusa.
And I'm glad that we also have confirmation that his family was on board with it.
That was the main gambit.
Yeah.
If that family was not on board, this would have tanked drastically. No matter how good the wrestler is under the mask, if you don't have the family's blessing, yeah, good luck. But the fact that someone like that won, and it still feels eerie in the way, like if you've watched FFW, if you've watched the matches that the original Hayabusa had, and just to see the way his career ended at the worst possible time you can think of for FMW. Because think about it when they did it. Like, all Japan was falling apart at the seams because of the Misawa Motoko Baba discord. New Japan was starting a little bit the embers of Inokiism. And Noah didn't really exist yet.
Yeah, it's like, and the guy they got is doing phenomenal stuff. Yeah, I think had the Hayabusa thing not happened, I think AJ Lee would have won this.
If anything, I was just really happy. Date back to the original. I'm at least really happy that he was able to walk again before he eventually a year later had passed. But I was really happy that he was able to walk again.
So, but yeah, congratulations to whoever is under the mask portraying Hayabusa. I'm very curious to see how this 2026 is going to turn out.
Yep.
Shocking moments. This is a long one here. A very long one. It's got three things here, but when we get to like matches of the years and stuff, I'm not going to run through all of them. I'm just going to name a few of them.
Okay.
So we have nominations for this. If I can pull it back up here on. Okay. John Cena's heel turn, Hayabusa's resurrection, Paul Heyman turns on CM Punk and Roman Reigns, WrestleMania, EO defeats Rhea Ripley to win the Women's Championship, Gunther regains the World Championship, WWE buys AAA, We Want Truth, CM Punk heads to Saudi, Mayu leaves Stardom for Marigold, Tam Nakano retires. I put this in here for shits and giggles, Mr. Iguana. Sherry debuting at All in Texas. Naomi cashing in to win the women's title. AJ Styles returns to TNA. Adam Cole vacates the TNT Championship. Hogan passes away. Seth Rollins cashing in on CM Punk. Cena buries The Rock and Travis Scott. Rena defeats Natsuko Tora in the 5-star Grand Prix. Brock Lesnar returns to WWE. G1 Abel's G1 Climax run.
Dang, there was a lot.
AJ Lee returns. Andrade leaves WWE. in quotations again.
Yeah.
And Mirai announces her departure from Marigold. That's a long list.
Yeah.
So in
A lot's happened
fourth,
this year.
oh, in third place, it's like tied quadruple. It's CM Punk headed to Saudi, Mayu leaving for Stardom, leaving for Marigold, Hogan dying, and Io winning the world title from Maria Ripley.
Okay.
Joint second place is WWE buying AAA and Brock Lesnar's return. I'm surprised this is not. Well, actually, I'm not, but I'm also surprised it's not surprised it's in the second place is Brock Lesnar's returning. But number one, by no, it was going to win number one. I mean, it's going to win number one in everyone's shocking moment of 2025.
Right.
John Cena turning heel. They had the balls to do it, and then they had the balls to ruin it.
Yeah. I mean, well, it finally happened. It just felt more like there, it finally happened. Are you happy now? Sort of thing. So,
And The Rock was like, peace.
yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's
really, the less said about it, the better at this point.
yeah. It's okay. To put it bluntly, like folks, you can go on YouTube and you can find so many WWE 2K simulations of a John Cena heel turn. There were leaps and bounds better than what we actually got.
Like, don't get me wrong, the actual turn itself was fantastic.
Oh yeah, like
The
it made
follow up is
sense.
the issue.
It
Yeah.
made sense. Even like even the post press conference where he literally didn't say shit and just left. But then it was just a situation where, okay, in the end they probably found out. Oh yeah, Rock's not gonna do anything. Oh wait, Travis Scott doesn't want to bump. He actually realizes that wrestling hurts.
Mm-hmm.
So that kills the entire 2/3 of whatever faction Rock was gonna build in that area. And so you
I just cannot can't wrap my head around it. That one of the final images of WrestleMania 41, the match, Cena won his 17th championship because of Travis Scott.
Yeah.
yeah,
Thank God for the opening match that night.
pretty much, yeah. Pretty much. That probably saved that entire weekend.
So
Here's
yeah,
my 2 cents, and then I think I'll leave you guys with this because I'll just smile and tap out here as I am falling asleep in this chair. We say moment, right? And so like regardless of what happens downstream, that's going to be a moment that I just remember for a very long time. The
oh,
way they
absolutely.
did it, they executed it really well. And I don't know if you guys watched the Unreal, the Netflix show, how you see like the behind the curtain of how they did it. Like you can get a greater appreciation for it, right? But like
We're gonna build this whole thing around you, Travis.
to me, it almost feels like the biggest moment since the Sami Zayn turning on Roman moment. Like just seeing the crowd reaction, seeing the I don't know, just the way everybody reacted in real time was crazy. Um, and I think you're right, Mister. There was nothing else that was going to take this as number one, obviously, but
Like,
I don't know. I think
is it the greatest heel turn of all time? No, that will always forever.
certainly not the greatest heel turn. I
Yeah,
mean,
no,
like it
that
obviously
Right.
it didn't play out
yeah, no,
the way it was supposed
everyone
to.
will agree the greatest. Doesn't matter how you feel about him personally as a human, him forever, and as long as we are on this earth and pro wrestling is a thing, the greatest heel turn of all time is going to be Hulk Hogan.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So
absolutely. And like I said, regardless of how it plays out, because I think everybody, even WWE, realizes what they did with it was not great, and they quickly pushed the eject button on it right about midway through the summer. But that moment, I think, is still going to be so ingrained in people's memories. And with
we'll see.
that, I'll look into the camera and smile gently and tap out for the evening.
So we'll read your year into your
Yeah,
2026 predictions when we get to them.
yeah,
But
Yeah.
yeah, thanks for
yeah.
hopping on.
Be sure to list them when you get a chance.
Yeah, they're in the chat. I'm
Cool.
curious. I'll go back and watch this because I'm curious what you guys think of some of them. And I want to hear your guys' too, so I'll check this
Yeah,
out tomorrow
yeah,
morning. But yeah,
we'll probably
Cool
get you
deal.
on if we might end up doing a review for Queen. I almost caught Russell Queendom again. Dream Queendom.
man, this week is going to be a blur. I'll leave you guys with that. This week's going to be an absolute blur. There's so much freaking wrestling. I need to rest up for it.
Yeah, rest up. Andy of the Tokyo Joshi Pod, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you guys. Follow us at Tokyo Joshi Pod. New episodes Friday. Fun fact, this week I'm actually on Talk Joshi as well. We're previewing the Itinyon show, so check out Talk Joshi
Nice,
this week too.
nice.
Y'all know what to do.
Nice.
Cool. I'll see you guys later.
Be safe, Andy.
Appreciate you guys. See ya.
See ya.
So now that we've talked about how the follow up that heel turn was terrible, let's talk about worst booker of the year.
Oh Lord.
Here are the nominations for worst booker of the year. You got
Worst
Triple
booker.
H, Tony Khan, Shawn Michaels, Sari, Toru Okada. By the way, I want to point out that both nominations are the same. For both Booker of the Year, worst Booker of the Year. That way, I didn't. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, Rossi Ogawa, Gato, Marufuji. I gotta click this down here. Delirious and Tetsuya Koda, who, by the way, I know he just left this room here, but he's the booker of TJPW. So yes,
Oh, Coda. Yeah.
yes.
Oh, okay, yeah, Kodak.
Okay, so in joint last place, Shawn Michaels and Tony Khan.
Or
Oh,
worse.
okay.
Well, I could see that, yeah, because Shawn Michaels has done a pretty good job when it comes to like rebuilding NXT from the rubble that was 2.0. It's not quite black and gold, and
Right.
I don't think NXT, unless they do some dramatic changes, will ever get to the heights of black and gold. But
And they're
it,
fixing to lose Joe Hendry and Trick Williams and Javon Evans. So
Yeah.
yeah, but at the same time, it sleeps and bounce better than whatever 2.0 was.
yeah, yeah, I'll say the best thing to come out of the 2.0 was Braun Breaker, but that's about it. Joint second place, Toro Okada, Gato, and Delirious. For those you don't know, Delirious is, I believe, one of, if not the head booker currently of TNA,
Ah.
uh, who was at one point the booker of
Ring of Honor.
Ring of Honor, and
Ring of
people
Honor.
hated his run as Ring of Honor booker.
It well, I don't think people hated it as much in hindsight. Considering that he took the book from Jim Cornette,
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I think people have grown to probably be more tolerable of
Right.
Delirious's RH booking duties.
Ah.
But okay, I get why Terracotta at least got the second place, because god damn it, did he do some fucked up shit this year.
Like I said earlier, he sacrificed a lot of stuff just for Ty Kamatani to get that MVP award.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't need to do that. But yeah. And Gato, we already know we know why he's there.
Yeah.
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 To the surprise of no one here, and this is where I said I have to be unbiased here. Triple H won worst booker of the year, and you know what?
Mm.
I can't argue with that.
Mm. It hurts.
I know it because last year he won Booker of the Year, and rightfully so.
Yeah.
Yeah. But he took a big old hit, it seems, this year.
Yeah, there was a lot
Yeah,
of questionable things this year, like bringing Brock Lesnar back. Obviously, one. They fall up to the Johnson heel turn, another one. Trying to make main event Jey Uso a thing, especially when you yourself was like CM Punk should win the Royal Rumble, and you listen to freaking Michael Hayes of all people, because he's always had his hands in that stupid belt line crap. Um,
Right.
the handling of Io's title reign after WrestleMania, the handling of Julia on the main roster. Um, so yeah,
well, okay. I can see why people will vote him the worst. I could see why you do that. He is the booker of the biggest promotion in the world.
Yeah.
You're gonna get a lot of scrutiny when you're that into it, and obviously, you factor in his activities outside of the ring, which whether or not this folks, whether or not he checked the box for Donald Trump in 2024, whether he did it or not, the fact that he is associated with Donald Trump in 2025 sours a lot of people. There's a reason why one of the main nicknames he got this year was Triple K. And but some of the things are not in his control. Like I don't think I don't think it was his call to bring Brock Lesnar back. A lot of it probably is Ari Emanuel call.
and
Since
Nick Khan, because he is technically the man in charge at WWE.
yeah, in charge of TKO in general, because think about it this way, folks. Pre TKO, Triple H was a member of the WWE board.
True.
He had actual power
Well,
in
though
that
not as
board.
much as people would think, though. He did
No,
have power, just not as
yeah,
much as everybody else.
yeah. He wasn't like a senior member of the board, but he was at least on the board. He's not even on the board in TKO.
You know who is on the board? The Rock.
Yes.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, a good amount of Triple H's misfortune as a booker has been because The Rock does things and then just leaves.
Right. Oh yeah. He has
Yeah, like
a bad
yeah,
habit.
let me just create a viral moment and oh no, I'm leaving. Oh, let me completely dominate my developmental show because people didn't like my speech the night before and it derails that show. And one thing that probably would say is his fault. Granted, it was probably contract negotiations,
Mm-hmm.
but one thing that is most likely his fault is how he's handling Julia. Because I get it, you kind of rushed her coming into NXT because you got scared of the injury of Marigold. And then you guys prematurely called up both her and Stephanie.
Yeah.
Like her. And while Stephanie is faring a little bit better because obviously the advantages that Stephanie has as far as language
Mm-hmm.
compared to Julia, but you kind of rush things a bit too far. And there is also the fact that you purposely kept Julie or keeping Julia away from the other Joshi.
Well, it's not even that they're Stephanie has more people to work with on Raw. Julia, after Money in the Bank has been feuding with Chelsea Green for 6 months now. I've seen the same match with Julia and Chelsea Green for since July.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the bad thing about it too. But you're keeping her away like from the main title scene.
Like I don't know why they couldn't just do what they did were doing with the men's United States South, giving her open challenges against Raw talent, NXT talent, people from AAA, heck, somebody from Marigold.
One of the well, sadly, one of the reasons why when both Sammy and Ilya Dragunov, the reason that it works for them
Mm-hmm.
is they can cut a real good promo in English and get people fired up into it.
Oh yes,
And
yes.
and sadly, Julia's grasp of the English language is not there yet. It's getting there, but it's not there yet.
I don't know
And
if I agree with that because look at Io and how over she is. She doesn't do a lot of English promos.
yeah,
Well, not a lot of them, but then again, she's been doing a lot of interviews.
yeah, she's been doing a lot of interviews, a lot of videos that shows her range in the English language, and
Yeah.
also at the same time, Io was not given a belt that you would consider the workhorse title outside of the NXT Women's title.
Well, they didn't technically they didn't have one when she was down there. Now, if they had an North American title for the women, then she would absolutely have had that title.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. She's never had, even now, like they could have easily put her in that Intercontinental picture. They could have put her in the US title picture. But no, because she's gotten that over, she has to be in the main event. She has to be
Hmm.
either in the World Heavyweight title or in the tag team title scene in that area.
Like whether people want to admit it or not, Io is the second most over woman in the company.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. And that's unfortunately the main issue with Julia. It's that aspect of it. At least Io has put years already with the WWE audience where
Mm-hmm.
she's earned that bit of leeway. And unfortunately now you can't really say that you could put Julia in the gimmick of just her speaking Japanese and just a little bit of English because that's what Oscar does.
Right.
That's in many ways what Kyrie does. Less of it because Kyrie does a lot more English now.
Right.
And the same thing with Io. It's hard to find. It's really, really hard to find, particularly with Julia, a good character for her that doesn't revolve around just her identity of, hey, I'm half Japanese and I'm also half Italian.
Right.
Because but that's something that Triple H really can't control. You can't control how fast somebody can learn a language.
Yeah. And one thing I will say, especially being somebody that's gone to WWE World, the Joshi's definitely had a great turnout when it came to meet and greets there. Of course, Io at the top, but also Julia, Kyrie, Asuka, a great showing as well. Which I know Asuka was added later down the road, but as far as Julia, like it's interesting because when I met her and I did the Donna Del Mundo pose, she had said something in Japanese, but I heard Donna Del Mundo in the sentence. So I don't know what she said, but it was kind of like she was saying, "Oh, he knows the Donna Del Mundo pose. Let's do that," sort of thing, but in Japanese. So, um, it could also be a confidence thing as well. Um, because I mean, it's kind of like one of the reasons why you know you normally don't hear Yuka speak English or Riho. Um, to be honest, I have to say probably the main Joshi that has really nearly gotten English down pat, especially considering how much effort and work she put in, is Hikaru Shida.
That is interesting because she's talked about how she still struggles. Like,
Shida?
yeah, she said it in a recent interview that
Really?
it's still the thinking, the thinking mindset of when you're talking in native tongue, and now your brain has to process talking to your second tongue if you don't
Oh.
put enough practice to it. She still feels that similar way with English. I think, in all honesty, like the probably I wouldn't put Sheeta, the person that probably has done most, at least with the Joshis that are here,
Mhm.
outside of Sumi Sakai, of Sumi,
Mhm.
would be Mina.
Okay.
Mina, yeah,
Yeah.
Mina has put a lot of effort
Good point.
in learning the English language, and even to the point where if the new theme song that only survived one segment, one verse was her
Yep.
rapping in English,
Sure was.
and then people
Okay.
didn't and then people didn't like that, and then they went back to like skirting off copyright infringement. But
Hey, y'all can hear me, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah,
but
my laptop was dying, so I had to like
uh,
19%.
Ah.
that yeah, that's no problem. Yeah, but it's just that like going back to actually the topic at hand, like there's a lot that Triple H couldn't control, but at the same time, like I said, if you're at the head when it comes to creative, and it doesn't feel like creatively that the WWE is hitting a high point, even though unfortunately business side the line keeps going up. If it doesn't feel that way, you're gonna get blamed for it. It's the thing that he probably has to learn.
Mhm.
Now he's starting to try to lean into it, saying like, "Oh, you guys don't like it or do this and do that." But let's be honest, Triple H is about almost as terminally online as Tony Khan is.
Mhm.
I will admit that this is not the same situation as booking NXT.
Right.
Yeah, because
Because the Triple H that was booking NXT was booking for us.
yeah, and
Um,
but he also
but
was only
also I have
booking
to,
one show.
yeah, and also I have to put the tinfoil hat on is he's got to cater to everyone, not just the hardcore fan base now. That he was doing. Like there are big decisions this year that I loved. Obviously, EO, not only winning the title, but being the first Japanese women's wrestler to win a match at WrestleMania. Um, Gunther tapping on John Cena, whether people like to admit that's a great idea or not. I think it was the right call. And you also had CM Punk uh, winning the title over Jey Uso. You have let's see what other ones we have here. Um, I think uh,
The main thing, one of the main things that people have gone against Triple H is the the booking of LA Knight
you know,
mainly.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Good
oh,
point.
I already know what Giselle and I are doing at WrestleMania. I've kind of been uh, digging around to find out, and I found out like so.
Yeah, but that's like I said, that's the main thing. It is it's the Batman quote. You either die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. And Triple H
Right.
is learning that firsthand.
I don't remember who actually won it. Won it oh, I think it was Gato that won it last year.
Makes sense.
Um,
Yeah.
but Booker of the Year, let's go on to some I haven't seen the same nominations, but here are the winners. All the winners. So last place, 1% of the vote. Not 1%, 7% of the vote. One nomination was Toro Okada.
Okay.
And then this one surprised me. He didn't get any nominations at Worst Booker of the Year, which is hilarious. But Tetsuya Koda in
No,
joint second place with Shawn Michaels.
Oh, interesting.
no, I could see that. I could definitely see that considering the year Tish had.
Now,
Yeah.
last year, the winner was Sari.
Yep.
Now,
Yep.
she has went back-to-back years. 8 top level nominations, 61% of the vote. Sari is once again your Booker of the Year.
Sun God back on top.
Yeah. It's well deserved. Now, like I said, I'm glad the people, like I said, people are starting to recognize a little bit, like I said, that Shawn Michaels has added his own flavor to NXT. And Coda, like I said, Coda has to get a lot of credit. A lot of credit for how much Tish has grown within the past year.
Right.
I
They,
tell you, I tell you, Andy would be very pleased to hear his Cheese Booker got second place tied
yeah,
with Shawn Michaels in Booker of the
yeah.
Year.
Oh yeah.
And
Absolutely.
especially like if you just consider Coda like the actual person, he's a self-admitted otaku who loves idols. And
Oh, we
Tej is
know.
pretty much booked in that manner.
Yep. Very much so.
And that booking has translated to growth in the US, growth that you would have expected Stardom to have, considering the level of talent in the US. And it's gotten to the point now where we can safely say that in 2026,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, the logo's there, but Tish has outgrown the collective, the concept of the collective. They've outgrown it.
Yes, they have.
And the fact that they're now having, I think, is it 3 or 4 shows? No, it's 3 shows. Yeah. I think, no, it's 4 shows. Four
Four
shows.
shows.
4 shows in Texas. And one is South by Southwest.
Yeah, two of them. Two of them
Mm-hmm.
there in Austin. With that convention. One in Houston. One in Dallas.
Yeah.
And they're
Consider
not
that
tied to
growth.
any big shows. That's
Yeah.
why I'm saying.
Yeah. But that's a level of growth, like I said, that you normally would expect Stardom to have as far as popularity.
Yeah.
But that just shows to show you like the type of product that Tish has, how different it is, and how people like to have a different product in that when it comes to that manner. And obviously, okay, Sariism is the one place where you can actually have whatever promotional boundaries there is in the Joshi world, those boundaries end at Sariism.
Yep.
And wherever she winds up going, whether she stays freelance, signs like a partial deal with a Joshi promotion, or even tries to get out of that Sukiban contract
Oh yeah.
and and try to go to either AEW or go back to WWE, one like a clause that has to be there. First of all, she better have Mako Satomura's number on speed dial.
There we go.
If WWE is an option saying like, I need your contract, your exact contract.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then that way she can have it there and then she would still have full reigns of Sareism.
Yeah, WWE cannot touch Sareism.
Right. Now let's move on to promotion. Okay, I'm gonna save the big ones for last.
Okay.
What's promotion there? We're gonna start. By the way, same thing like the book of the year. Nominations and for both worst and best promotion of the year. That
Okay.
being WWE, NXT, AEW, Stardom, New Japan, Marigold, Noah, Siege, Ring of Honor, TNA, and AAA. Here is what for promotion of the year. Last place is New Japan Pro Wrestling.
Okay.
Only two nominations. Understandable with the weird that New Japan has had. No, third place is TNA. Although, I'm not that surprised that TNA made it on here,
Yeah.
given the stupidity that they did with Matt Santana earlier this year.
Right.
The second place is AEW. Again, depending, some will say AEW's had the best year, some will say AEW has not had the best year.
Mhm.
That's either here or there. And number one, WWE.
Now, this is for worst promotion, right?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Yeah, that's not surprising. That's not surprising that the top two are obviously WWE and AEW. It's a continuation of WWF versus WCW. This is all that it is. All that it is. And
I'm more surprised of who won promotion of the year than anything else.
yeah, because well TNA is a weird one in that sense of the fact that they have their own niche, and yet they're also at the same time perceived as now the new farm system for NXT.
Mhm.
You
But they do have their own thing. They do have their own creative. They've done enough where they've actually gotten a TV deal on a network that's not affiliated with WWE or UFC. So there's no TKO thumbing at the scale when it comes to the deal that TNA got.
Right.
And depending on who you are, you can literally flip flop AEW and WWE. Like you may think that AEW may be the worst thing ever, or you think that WWE is the worst thing ever. It's always going to depend on it. They're the two largest companies, have the biggest rosters, and they run into the same problems.
Mhm.
Bloated,
Right.
like I said, bloated roster, limited TV time, and at the end of the day, considering the fan bases that they're voting for this, both WWE and AEW. Yes, AEW fans, this is true. No matter how much you don't want to admit it, both WWE and AEW are television shows that happen to have wrestling in it. There's a
Mhm.
Yeah.
lot more wrestling in AEW, mind you, but it's still a television show that has wrestling in it
Yeah.
compared to almost everybody else that is a touring wrestling show that may happen to be on TV.
Yeah.
That creates an entirely new dynamic, an entirely different dynamic when you have to judge how they do because they're not really doing the show for wrestling fans. They're doing the show for people that just happen to have the channel on when they're on TV.
Yeah. No, that's a good point. That's a really good point.
Now here is promotion. This one was I kind of laughed when I saw him won it, and I'm like, yeah, I know he does fan base, yeah.
Yeah. This was an interesting
So
turnout.
last place goes to Tokyo Joshi Pro.
Oh yeah.
Then it goes to AEW. And then it's NXT. And then it's Marigold. And then second place is actually, so joint second place, believe it or not, is actually Marigold and Stardom.
Ooh.
Oh, that's gonna start some conversations.
Yeah.
And then the one that won it surprised the shit out of me. Even though they are owned by WWE, it's still its own thing. AAA is one promotion of the year.
Yep. Lucha Libre Worldwide
Yeah.
AAA.
And I thought about it, and I'm like, I've actually quite enjoyed AAA this year ever since WWE took over.
Yeah, because the main thing, luckily, with AAA is, even though you have a lot of WWE talent
Right.
appearing on those shows, it has not become a WWE product in the way it's produced. It still has a AAA, it still has a lucha libre feel
Right.
when you watch it, and you have this now. You have this interesting dynamic. Granted, the injury is probably going to play a factor into it now. You have a young Dominic Mysterio as the mega champion. And he is an uber heel in the US, but they freaking love him in Mexico. Whether it's just because he's the son of Rey Mysterio or just because his character's just so good.
Yeah.
It's literally Eddie Guerrero with Rey Mysterio's charisma. That's a dangerous
But,
combination to have for a human being.
but you know who this remind? Who else does this remind you of? Somebody being a heel everywhere else, but their home country.
Um, it's
Bret
tough to
Hart.
think because he does also have a little bit of Conan in him.
Oh.
Like you can tell a lot of the way of some of his mannerisms too. He has a little bit of Conan in him.
Everyone will compare this to Bret Hart and Randy said. Yeah, he was loved in Canada, hated everywhere else.
Yeah,
Or no, it was more no, it was hated in America, loved everywhere else.
yeah. There's that aspect. Even though I think we can safely say that Dominic Mysterio, whenever he comes back from the injury, maybe switch up to babyface pretty fast.
We'll see. It depends on what they like. I think they're gonna do a mixed tag match at WrestleMania between him and Liv versus Roxanne and Finn.
Yeah, like that would make sense. It just depends upon the injury, but
Yeah,
there's also the fact that, like I said, you have all the lucha action. You still have characters that you don't see anywhere else. Granted, they got popular here. Like you cannot tell me that
I didn't know
AW
who Mr. Iguana was until this play.
exactly. I was gonna go exactly for that. Exactly
And
for that.
and I
Like
freaking love Mr. Iguana.
yeah, like the closest thing that literally the closest thing that AW has to Mr. Iguana is Danhausen.
Yeah.
And Danhausen may be leaving.
Yep. There has been word that WWE is interested in Danhausen.
You know, like that man became an overnight sensation, and no WWE fan has seen him beforehand, and now people love
Oh yeah, it's Mr. Iguana. He's got an
him.
iguana.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Shout out to
but
Ollie
yeah.
Davis. I'll give you that. I'll give him that for Ollie Davis from Wrestle Talk. That is his dire steak. He's got an iguana. But the
So
number
now we
two
go
choice.
into now we're
But
going to move into some of the big stuff here. Worst feud and feud of the year. So the nominations for worst feud of the year are Death Rider versus AEW, Tekla versus Okada, Cody Rhodes versus John Cena, Tiffany Stratton versus Jade Cargill, Evil's G1 Climax run. That's everyone wrestle. The White Sixers versus the NFTs, Chelsea Green versus Julia, Chelsea, Trick Williams versus Ricky Saints, Saya Kamatani versus who was it? Versus Nuts Boy, Utami versus Tang, and there was another one there. Saya Kamatani and Serion. I, I know a lot of people don't agree with those two Saya Kamatani ones, but again, I was trying to cater to everyone with this. That's why I was asking around. But in last place, it's Cody Rhodes and John Cena. In a four-way tie, Tekla and Okada, G1 Climax Evil, Y6 MFTs, and Chelsea Green versus Julia.
Mm-hmm.
Number one, they won Worst Booked Faction of 2025. They also won Worst Feud of the Year. Death Riders versus AEW.
Yeah,
Yep.
because it's the feud that will not die. It just will not die. And, and like I said, even tonight at the World's End, it still will not die. But I, if anything, if I probably would have voted for anything, if I would have had the ballot written in front of me right now, I would probably say it'd be Tekla versus Okada because
Oh,
it was a feud that went absolutely nowhere.
she never got her
I unfortunately
match.
can't disagree with the AEW one though.
No, you can't because unfortunately, it's it's like AEW tried to do a bloodline story without realizing that one of the main things that tied the
And
bloodline together was that they were an actual family.
Yeah.
and the one person they were going to use as their Cody Rhodes went and tried to climb the mountain. But yeah, here is feud of the year. We have CM Punk versus Seth Rollins versus Roman Reigns. Not Sam. Where was I going? I was going. You got me thinking about Sammy Davis. Sai Kamatani versus Tam Nakano. Tony Storm versus Mariah May. Cody Rhodes versus Kevin Owens. Drew McIntyre versus Damian Priest. Gunther versus Jey Uso. I didn't think it was very good, but there's many people out there that did. Becky Lynch versus Lyra Valkyria. Asuki versus Hanan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're surprised to see that on there, aren't you?
A little bit.
Susan Suzuki versus May Sarah. The three so far, three Stardom feuds have made it into feud of the year. Why do I have Becky and Lyra on here twice? Oh no, it's Bailey and Lyra.
Yeah.
I don't know why I have that on there. Io Sky versus Rhea Ripley. Naomi versus Jade and Bianca. I know it's not really a feud, but she was going. You get my point.
Mm-hmm.
One that came was very surprising, and I love the build up to it. Was AJ Styles and Dominic Mysterio. That was comedy television right there.
Mm-hmm.
Theory versus Stardom. There's another Stardom one. Rio versus Kabuki Warriors. Here's another Stardom one. Sari versus Shiri.
Yeah, a lot
Just
of lore there.
technically a Stardom one. Stardom. Kate versus Oz Academy. Ozaki Gun. Imagine that the amount of nominations Stardom has for Speed of the Year. Think about that.
It's pretty loaded.
Yeah,
But joint third place is Cody Rhodes versus Kevin Owens and Becky Lynch versus Lyra Valkyria. I'm not mad with either one because they were both very good feuds.
they were. Yeah, the only sad part is we didn't see the Kevin Owens one come to fruition because of his injury.
Right.
Yeah. I will say Becky Lynch helped take Lyra on the roster. So joint second place is Tony Storm versus Mariah May, another fantastic feud,
Indeed.
and Shiri versus Sarah.
Oh. Dang, that came close.
but not as close to feud of the year. There's there was only one option. 7 nominations, 53% of the vote. Saya Kamatani was not going.
Yeah,
It was,
and it's just mainly because of the way it ended.
yeah.
Like, I don't think there was going to be any other options. Right?
Yeah, like out of those options into it, like I said, I could see some people saying Mariah May versus Tony Storm challenging because that feud made Mariah May
Yes.
in the eyes of American fans, and
Like, I
it
suspect that he signed with AEW to did that with that one program, and
yeah,
then left.
and then just
It was the whole.
left, and then just left, and but what it also did was it in many ways liberated Tony Storm from even her WWE gimmick to her pre WWE gimmick. It showed that Tony Storm had a range as a performer
Mhm.
that you rarely see people coming in now. Tony Khan is starting to fuck it up by putting her in the conglomeration now,
Oh
but
yeah.
but it's still there. But obviously, like I said, it's Sam style. Like the ending is perfect. The it's literally you beat me, but you are my heir. You have to carry my legacy. And then just the way it ends, Tam pointing at the stars with Saya, both of them bawling their eyes out,
Mhm.
fading to black, and they're gone. And we have not heard absolutely anything from Tam since.
Right.
Like the only thing that has come up that has been Tam Nakano related is a YouTube channel that her old manager is running that may or may not violate Japanese law, but
Mhm.
it's still putting a lot of things there. That's the only thing you're seeing when it comes to Tam. It's perfect. Now, should Tam come back to Stardom, or even worse, thank you very much, Sonny Gutierrez, if she somehow shows up in Marigold, then that ending gets shattered.
Yeah. Good
Really,
point.
I guess we start too long.
All I know is
Let's
if I see Megaton versus in one of these shows, Megaton versus T, I'm gonna be like, God no.
Oh Jesus.
Hi, you never know. Cam might actually be the mystery part. Oh yeah, it's Captain First Dream, knowing lost.
Oh, she might be K under a whole different name.
Cam Kakano.
No, she'll say Tam na Kano. See Kano.
Let's
Wow.
move on to matches of the year now. I know we. Let's
Ready?
do worst women's match of the year. Start
Worst
off there.
women's match. Okay.
So we have as follows. We have Sherry versus Konami. Now remember the matches of the year do include Dream Queendom last year, Whirlwind, and I believe the one I might have been the Final Wall 2025. 2020,
Gotcha.
yeah, 2020. No, 2024. Which one put that out?
Mhm.
Okay, so start Shiri versus Konami, Stardom Dream Queendom 2024. Rhea Ripley and Liv Morgan from the Raw Netflix debut. Masha Slamovich versus Rosemary from TNA Genesis. Chelsea Green versus Nikki Bella. from Raw, July 14, 2025. Selena Vega versus Chelsea Green Saturday Night's main event. Stephanie McCare versus Jada Parker from NXT, March 25th, 2025. Soul Worker versus Izzy Game from the Great American Bash. Tiffany Stratton versus Jay Caldwell from SummerSlam. Sari versus Momo Watanabe, Stardom 5-star Grand Prix. The first match they had, not the rematch. Becky Lynch versus Nikki Bella from Clash in Paris. Uh, Tiffany Stratton versus Jay Caldwell versus Nia Jax from SmackDown. Jay Caldwell versus BFAP from SmackDown in 2011. Bailey the Rat versus Sisters of Sin from AEW Dynamite. And Fallon Henley versus Zarya from a Gold Rush Night 2. Would you agree with those lists?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a list.
That's quite a list.
That's it. So there's like a 5-way tie at third place. I don't know how it's at. That's the first here. So we have Sarah versus Momo Watanabe. I don't remember which night it was, but it was not her rematch. Rematch was so much better. Um, we have where's that? Becky Lynch versus Nikki Bella. Then we have Konami versus Shiri, Selena Vega and Chelsea Green, and Stephanie McCure and Jada Parker. Joint second place, Jade Cargill and B-Fab, and Nikki Bella and Selena, Chelsea Green. And then winner of Worst Women's Match of the Year, Jade Cargill, Tiffany Stratton from SummerSlam.
Yeah, that one was straight up trash, hands
Yeah,
down.
that one. Yeah, that one was pretty bad. I'm like
But yet,
Tiffany hasn't really fully bounced back from that, and that's gonna take a while, unfortunately, because obviously it looks like the plan for Mania was supposed to be her and Charlotte,
yeah,
like for the rematch, not just what happened this year. But there's
Well, I might actually read these matches of the year because they're actually not that long. I thought it was like 600 pages or something. It's not. But let's move on to the good categories, which is women's match of the year. Like I said, anything from Green Queendom afterwards, that last year would make it into there. This would be the same situation with Green Queendom and Wilson this year. So, so for our women's match of the year, we have Natsu Couture versus Micah from Green Queendom. Now, I know I mentioned I don't really care that much for Natsu Boy, but she did make it into women's match of the year with Starlight Kid.
nice, nice.
Io Sky versus Lyra Valkyria in the IC title semifinals match. That was a great freaking match. Miguano versus Mai Sakurai for the United National title at Marigold First Dream.
Yep, which I was there live for.
Sari versus Utami from First Dream.
Same.
Now, Andy's gonna love this. Miyu Watanabe versus Mizuki, Princess of Princess title, January 4th, TJPW.
Which was a great show, and that was quite a surprising outcome.
yeah.
That was a great match too.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Roxanne Perez versus Julia from New Year's Evil. Another great match.
Oh yeah, that was good.
As much as I do not like talking about this woman, but Jordan Grace versus Tessa Blanchard with Teenage Genesis.
Oh yeah.
Mako Satomura versus Sari. Cosmic Angels versus Neo Genesis. Stardom Supreme Fight. Versus Stardom title. That was that was bang.
Mhm.
Sai Kabatani versus Suzuki. Also some Supreme Fight. Io, Rhea, Bianca, WrestleMania. Mercedes versus Momoa Watanabe for Revolution. Uh, uh, Julia versus Stephanie Vicaire from Roadblock.
Right.
Tony Storm versus Mariah May from Revolution. Two Revolution matches on there. Asusa Inaba versus Tomoka Inaba from JTO. The JTO Girls title match. Yeah, you're surprised to see that one, aren't you?
A little.
Uh, Stephanie, Stephanie Victoria versus Jordan Gray from Battleground. Lyra Valkyria versus Becky Lynch from Backlash. A fantastic match. Lingore versus Natsupoi and Soriano from The Conversion. I'm trying to go back. Nope, I went too far. Sherry versus Sari, The
Hmm.
Conversion. Tony Storm versus Mercedes and Monet from All In. Becky Lynch versus Lyra Valkyria versus Bailey from Evolution. Io versus Rhea from Evolution. Um, Bailey versus Lyra 2 hours 3 falls in Raw July 14th. Utami versus Tomoki Ahura, winner takes all. I know a lot of people didn't like that match, but a lot of people did, so I had to put it on there. So I had, you know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Hazuki versus Dash from Sendai Girls. Was not expecting to see a Sendai Girl match on here, did you?
I can admire it. I can definitely admire it.
Starlight Kid versus Sariano from Sapporo World hang on,
World
how do you
Rendezvous.
pronounce it? Rendezvous, that's what it is. Azumi versus Bozilla, New Japan Strong. Starlight Kid and Tomoki Inaba from the 5-star Grand Prix. Um, Konami versus Theory from the 5-star Grand Prix, the first night. Now, remember when I said the worst match of Momo Theory was on there?
Yes.
Well, the better matches maybe on the other way. So, that's crazy, isn't it? Azumi and Sai Kamitani, the semifinals. Momo versus Azumi from the finals in 5-star. Starlight Kid and Tomoki Inaba from the Stardom to the World. Mayu Utani versus Utami from the Dream Star. Mayu Utani versus Victoria Yuzuko from the Dream Star. Iguana, Victoria Yuzuki also from the Dream Star. Io Sky and Stephanie Bakira at Wrestle Palooza. Mizuki versus Miyu Watanabe from Wrestle Princess. And I'm thinking, here. Hina versus Hanako from Stardom's Stardom at Krogan Hall. Sai Kapitani versus Ozzy, the title for title match. Koguma versus Hazuki for the CML Japan's Women's title. And Mayu Utani versus Io Sky from Grand Destiny. That's a
That's
hell of a list, isn't it?
that's a huge list.
It's great matches too. Okay, so funny enough, there was only all the second place was tied like 6 times. 6 ways high. It's Tony Storm and Mariah May, Sari and Shiori, uh, Azumi and Momo, Mizuki and Miyu Watanabe from Wrestle Princess,
Hmm.
Io Mayu, and Saya Kamitani and Avi. Here's your 6 way for
Dang.
second place. But to the surprise of nobody, women's match of the year. I don't know if anybody would disagree here on this exactly vote at all. It's Io, Rhea, Bianca, WrestleMania.
It was indeed a very solid match and very worthy.
Rock, what do you think? You agree? Is Rock still here?
No, I'm sorry. I was for
Oh,
somebody. Could you repeat that?
oh, yeah. So winner of female women's match of the year is the women's triple threat at WrestleMania.
That's fair. That's fair. Like that. That's match really did well. And obviously, WrestleMania is the biggest stage.
Mm.
You're gonna have it there. Although I probably would have said a dark horse would have been Cosmic Angels versus Neo Gen because it did get the fabled 5 stars from Dave.
Yep.
It wasn't nominated, but like it wasn't like well, it was nominated, but wasn't voted on. But it was nominated, so it did get permission, or it was in the category for nominations. If that makes sense.
Ah.
Men's worst match of the year. So here we go. We got Shinsuke Nakamura versus Yuki Saki from No the New Year. My God. Talk about going from the Great Muta to that match. Doki, I know he got hurt in this match, but made it on here. Doki Desperado from Wrestle Kingdom. Uh, I know it wasn't the fault of Doki or Desperado.
Yeah.
Accidents happen.
Yeah, it was
But he
unfortunate
did make it out.
because I was pretty hyped for that match.
Yeah.
And then Doki came back and ruined the entire thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sadly.
Of course, Doki had to freaking join the House of Torture. Oh, jeez. That made me
Tetsuya
so
Naito
mad.
and we got Tetsuya Naito and Hiromu Takahashi from Wrestle Kingdom.
Oh god, that match pissed me off so much.
Are you glad it made it on here? Zack Sabre Jr. versus Shota Umino from Wrestle Kingdom 19. Now this match divided a lot of people.
Yeah, they were trying their best to give that as much time as possible, but
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm like it's one thing like you were trying to give Shota Umino a chance to be like, hey, you want to be the ace? You want to be the potential ace? There you go for the belt. And Zack Sabre Jr., even though like we all know his skill set, we all know his accolades,
Yes.
has become a bit of an acquired taste these last couple of years.
Next up, we got Jay Uso and
Yeah.
Drew McIntyre from the Raw debut on Netflix. Mance Warner versus Effie from The People versus GCW.
Oh, interesting.
I, I can't tell you the amount of people I seen leave the venue during that match.
That match was not. It was not good. It
There was
just
something
wasn't
else
good.
on the show that kind of
Nope.
left a sour taste in people's mouth, and they're like, "Yeah, we're done." Private Party versus Hurt Syndicate from AW Dynamite, January 22nd, 2025. Somebody had listed this one before. I well, not okay. Cody Rhodes versus John Cena from WrestleMania 41. Ashante Diadonis versus Vicky Simmons from NXT. Gunther versus Goldberg. Was on me. Joe Henry, Mike Santana, and Trick Williams versus Dark State. Sami Zayn versus Karrion Kross at SummerSlam. Evil versus Yoda Tsuji, G1 Climax.
Oof.
Boy was not really that injured, apparently.
Right.
Kenta versus Marufuji
Oh
for
yeah.
the
That
oh
was
yeah,
straight up Dookie water.
yeah, Dookie Water. Brock Lesnar versus John Cena, WrestlePalooza, and Jey Uso versus Rusev. Last time was now home. Tied in third place, Nakamura and Sasaki, Jey Uso and Drew McIntyre, and Mance Warner versus Effie. Second place, John Cena and Brock Lesnar, and Kenta and Martin Marufuji. But this should be really shouldn't surprise anybody. Worst men's match of the year. Cody Rhodes and John Cena from WrestleMania.
Yeah, it was foul. Straight up foul.
That was just like I said,
Bad.
Travis Scott. That's all you need to say. Just Travis Scott.
Men's matches here, those are fun. Kazuchika Okada and Will Ospreay from the Continental Classic Finals that World's in last year. Konosuke Takeshita versus Shingo Takagi from Wrestle Kingdom. David Finlay versus Yoda Suzuki from Wrestle Kingdom. Ishii and Takeshita from Wrestle Dynasty. Gabe Kidd and Kenny Omega from the same show. Punk and Seth Rollins from the Raw debut on Netflix. Right, I keep this from these. And Penta versus Chad Gable. Penta's debut match in WWE. Jake Something versus Ace Dawson from DPW. A little surprised to see that on here, isn't it?
Shout out DPW.
Fraxium versus the Rascals from TNA Impact. Cody Rhodes and Kevin Owens from the Royal Rumble. CM Punk versus Sami Zayn. I think that's the shot the match scene is the chamber. Zack Sabre Jr. versus Hiroki Goto from the new beginning in Osaka. Owens and Sami Zayn from Elimination Chamber. Takeshita and Kenny Omega from Revolution.
Oh, nice.
Ospreay and Fletcher from Revolution. The night one main event of Punk, Rollins, and Roman Reigns. Hangman Page and Will Ospreay double or nothing. Anarchy and
Mm-hmm.
Vikingo versus Chad Gable from Worlds Collide. Bandito versus Konosuke Takeshita. Super Card Okada and Omega from All In. Hangman, Moxley, All In.
Mm-hmm.
Takeshita, Shingo Takagi from G1 Climax. Gunther and CM Punk from SummerSlam. Last page here. Cena and Cody Rhodes, SummerSlam. Yeah, Okada. No, this is lights out. So this is the main event of Forbidden Door. You know what the main event that is. Sami Zayn, Ray Phoenix from SmackDown. That was a great match.
Yes.
The open challenge. Okada and Takeshita versus Masquerada from All Out. That was a surprisingly great match. Hangman and Kyle Fletcher from All Out. Cena and Styles from Crown Jewel.
Mm-hmm.
Cody and Seth Rollins from Crown Jewel. Leon Slater versus Giovanni Evans from Bound for Glory. Zack Sabre Jr. and Takeshita from King of Pro Wrestling. Mike Bailey and Kyle Fletcher from the Continental Classic. And John Cena versus Gunther from the Saturday Night Main. Really good matches there. All right, so joint third place. No, actually, yeah, joint third place. It's not joint, it's actually a four-way tie.
Four-way tie. Okay.
Okay.
Uh, Zack Sabre and Takeshita. IWGP title match.
Mm-hmm.
Gabe Kidd and Kenny Omega from Wrestle Dynasty. Moxley and Hangman from All Out are All In. Okada and Takeshita and Dorada from what show was that? That's the All Out. That was the four-way tie in second place. Three-way tie in no, three-way tie in second place. Four-way tie in first place. Goto and Zack Sabre Jr. Leon Slater and Joanne Evans and AJ Styles versus John Cena. Number one, the winner of men's match of the year, Bandito versus Konosuke Takeshita from Super Card of Honor.
That was a phenomenal match, and Bandito more and more continues to push the agenda of one of the best wrestlers in the world.
Yeah, Bandito won 2 awards here. How about that?
Yeah.
What do you think? Marcus?
It's fair. It's a fair match.
Phenomenal match, isn't it?
Yeah.
The final two categories, men's, actually the final three categories, there's an overall. But yeah, men's the female wrestler of the year. We're going to start with female one. Nominations are Io Sky, Arena, Mercedes Monet, Sai Kamatani, Stephanie Kira, Jordan Grace, Rhea Ripley, Roxanne Perez, Naomi, Lyra Valkyria, Becky Lynch, just pretty few called up Julia, Nicolano, and Mizuki. And the only, believe it or not, there was only 2 votes here.
Ah.
No, that's fair.
Second place, 5 top level nominations. Saya Kamatani. Which you're like, interesting. Well, you probably already know who won top vote here. 8 nominations. Io Scott is your female women's wrestler of the year. I say that. I think that's a good fair comment there.
Yeah. Definitely a great choice.
Like for men's and female, it's specifically in women. Overall, is everything. So men's wrestler of the year. I listed as male wrestler of the year. You have Will Ospreay, Hangman Page, Kenny Omega, Hiroki Goto, Kyle Fletcher, Yoda Suji, Oba Femi, uh, Jacob Fatu, Jay Uso, Penta. This is for shits and giggles here. Mr. Iguana because he got over. Bandito, CM Punk, Mike Santana, Batingo, and Gunther.
Okay.
Okay, so a 4-way tie in third place. You have Gunther, Hangman Page, Hiroki Goto, and Yoshiji. I'm
Oh,
very
okay.
happy to see Yoshiji got nominated. Got voted for. Joint second place, CM Punk and Kyle Fletcher, which is fair. But coming in number 1, man, got another vote, another win, Bandito.
Bandito.
And Bandito's had a hell of a 2025, bro.
Yeah. Especially since coming back from injury, which took him a long time to bounce back from, but
Mm-hmm.
ever since returning, he's been fire.
Yeah, I would have to agree. I would have to agree there.
And then finally, overall wrestler of the year, which
Actually,
is
you got one more. You forgot show of the
really?
year.
Oh, we'll say that one for last.
Oh, you want to save that one for last? Oh, okay.
Yeah, show of the year.
Okay.
Overall wrestler of the year.
All
This
right.
is a mixture of men's and female, so everything. Overall would mean not just the in ring, but the character, everything they're doing. Nominations are Sai Kamitani, Will Ospreay, Kenny Omega, Hiroki Goto, Jacob Fatu, Lyra Valkyria, Bandito, Io Sky, CM Punk, Mizuki, and Gunther. In third place, joint third place, Gunther and CM Punk. Second place with 4 top level nominations, Io Sky. And there should really be no shock for anybody here. Overall wrestler of the year went to Sai Kamitani.
The Phoenix Queen. I mean, with the year she's had, I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah, so I would agree with the nominations, and I think, yeah. Yeah. So no one should be upset that Io didn't get win anything. She won women's match of the year and female wrestler of the year. So thankfully, thank God she was not listed in worst women's match of the year like she was last year in that Sonya Deville match
Oh yeah. True.
that
True.
we don't talk about. Show of the year, the final award. Here are the nominations: Stardom All Star Grand Kingdom, Elimination Chamber, Worlds Collide, the first Worlds Collide
Mhm.
of this year, Double or Nothing, I just said Micah, Miko Sadamora's Retirement Show, Tokyo Yoshi Pro 25, January 1st,
Uh, New Japan Pro Wrestling, New Beginning in Osaka, all in Texas.
Uh-huh.
Where to go? Evolution, Triple Mania. I think it was 33. The five-star Grand. Wait on. Five-star Grand Prix Night 12. Wrestle Princess 6 and All Out. And I think Ruckus is complete.
Oh, Ruckus is out.
Yeah. All right. Well, it's technically a five-way tie. Third place, Triple Mania, Stardom, five-star Grand Prix, Wrestle Princess, Mako Satomura, and New Beginning. Second place, All-Star Grand Queendom. It's the All-Star Grand Queendom won it last year. The winner this year, WWE Evolution.
Yeah,
So that is your
I was
2025.
I was really happy that they brought this back. It took forever, it seemed, but it was good
It's
that they
crazy that
brought this
both
back.
matches, both shows were really freaking good. So,
Yeah. Um,
I mean, obviously, this year, this the second Evolution had the better main event than the first one.
yeah, that much is true.
And I guess I don't know. I mean, you and I can run off our 2026 predictions. Yeah, real quick.
So
Um,
I didn't have many, but I wanted to
did you get
actually
some honorable mentions?
I only had three.
Oh,
Yeah. But I
okay.
wanted to run off of Andy's before we forgot. So shout out to all the Teach fans out there. Actually, all he's got five, and all five of his are TJPW related. Um, so in no particular order. Um, first,
I think when I got into my new one, I kind of well, I think I lost the original chat.
oh, I see.
Okay, well you go ahead and read them off.
So number one, TJPW returns to the aquarium, which would be pretty cool. I remember last time they did the aquarium show, I remember it was a pay-per-view, and it was actually back when Yuka Sakazaki was still part of the roster. Um, it it was one big match that just took place in this fancy aquarium, and it was wild. It was definitely wild, but it was very entertaining. Um, let's see, two. Ooh, the Burning Venus Yuki Aino challenges for the Princess of Princess Championship once again. Um, totally be down for that. I mean, she has yet to win a singles championship. You know, she's been tag champ, but yeah. Um, ooh, I like this third one. Runa Okubo returns. Of course, she took time away to focus on school. Um, but it might be that time for her to return. So at some point this year, maybe summer, maybe after school or what, but I could see it happening. So that's a good one. Um, 4. Raku gets a title shot at one of the three main belts. Yeah, I could see it. I could definitely see it. I know she's gotten a lot more bookings out of the Tej roster, so I definitely think, even though she's more so of a comedy wrestler, I think definitely getting her in a title picture would do great things for her. And then finally, I think this definitely is going to happen, but they will once again break the attendance record with 2,500 plus, either at Grand Princess or during the Texas Stampede Texas US tour. Um, I think at least three of those will happen.
Interesting.
Yeah. I think for sure the attendance record breaking again. I think that will happen. Runa Okubo returning. I think that will happen. Um, Raku and Yuki Aino getting title shots. I think will happen. At least one of those two. But yeah, that's um, those are Andy's predictions.
So who would like who wants to go first on this one?
What's that?
I mean, if you want, I can go first if you want.
Oh
Do
yeah, go
mine
for it.
anyway.
Yeah, yeah, go for it.
So I'm gonna go to my honorable mentions first before I go into my top five.
Okay.
So uh, this one is kind of probably gonna happen next year anyways. Is Kyrie standing up to Oscar?
Okay. Yeah.
Shayna Baszler wrestles a match for TJPW.
For Teach. Interesting.
Dakota Kai returns to Stardom as a member of Hate.
Oh, okay.
Utami becomes the first two-time Marigold World Champion.
Okay.
This might hurt you a little bit. Hasaku turns heel on Koguma.
Oh. Well, that actually probably has a better chance of happening in
Probably a better
2026.
chance of this happening, that one happening. Yes, it's my tinfoil hat on here. My conspiracy theory here. Cam not gonna retains.
Oh Jesus.
That's my honorable mention. Number five, I'm still holding out hope for this one.
Okay.
Momo Watanabe winning the red belt from Saigon Tani as a babyface.
Okay.
Okay, so I know we kind of joked about her during Marigold, but Maki Ito signs in Stardom.
Ooh, that's bold. That's very
Yeah,
bold.
this one's also even bolder. Sari wins the Princess of Princess title and holds it for a year.
No comment.
That's
I'll
a
get.
bold prediction. That's wild.
Whoa. Well,
Where were you when I announced the last two winners? By the way.
I was unfortunately texting people, but nah,
Oh.
yeah, because there's some people that are up right now that I had to talk to. But uh, it would complete the set, wouldn't it? Like has she has conquered Marigold. She's attempted to conquer Stardom.
Yeah, I came up
The
short.
only logical place to go would be Tej, and oh, would that force Coda to build up a lot of people? You okay? Yuki, I know. Like, yeah, I agree with that. Yuki, you have to build up Yuki. I know you have to build up Yuki Arai, like
Yep.
speed run Yuki Arai,
Yeah.
and then possibly Kamiyu, Arisa Endo, Suzume, or this would be the fun match. If this is the way she has to go out, it would have to be Miyu Mashida versus Sari in a bloodbath.
Oh. Oh shoot. Yeah.
Now, holding in the year that might happen. Her winning the title, I think will happen.
It really does depend because we have to see how this Princess of Princess runs for Miyu Watanabe works out this time. Because the first time went pretty well. Obviously, like I said, losing to Mizuki and then winning it back. But now you have to really commit. Because at a certain point, Coda teaches you have to move on from the 4 pillars.
Yeah. Agreed.
You know, let me ask you, like, my final two. What do you think of my other predictions? You might want to mention.
You broke up a little bit. Say that again.
Okay, so what do you think about my other predictions and my honorable mention before I get my top two?
Well, the Tam returning, that one's always going to lurk.
Yeah.
Because sadly in wrestling, there's no such thing as a perfect retirement. Shawn Michaels ruined the last possible one that we had.
The one thing, the one I can see is going to stick is I do think John Cena is going to stick to us. His stuff.
No, John Cena will do it again, probably just for like Legends thing. But Maki Ito in Stardom, that one has, on the creative level, it would be fun. Because you could immediately slaughter in Mi Vida Loca.
Oh, God.
And you could have her do the comedy routine that they had Bozilla and Akira do during the Goddess League with Maki. Because I think Bozilla will laugh her head off and just Maki Ito just cussing her out, say "fuck you" and everything like that. It would make sense from a creative level. It makes absolutely no sense from a corporate level.
Yeah. Totally understandable.
But not a bad one.
And what about the one with Dakota Kai becoming number 8?
Unlike they need some gaijin.
Yeah.
Let's admit they do need some gaijin in there, and if it's not B, that'll make it first fit. But then again, like I mentioned when we started this, it wouldn't surprise me if B starts a no gaijin faction.
What about Shayna? That's fine for TJPW once or twice.
Say again? I'm sorry, you broke up a little bit.
Shayna wrestling for TJPW.
Shayna Baszler wrestling for TJPW.
It's not out of the realm of possibility. Not out of the realm of possibility at all, because okay, if you go to Stardom, you either have to commit to just staying in Stardom, or people just automatically assume you sign with AEW.
Hmm.
And she still has good relationship with WWE. Like she has tried out to be a producer,
Yeah.
and there's still up, and she has already shown up on TV post release for WWE. So her showing up in Marigold wouldn't surprise me. Tease is actually a really decent one too, because she could become what Aja Kong is. Pretty much like that boss that the young talent needs to shape up. Which, if I have to nominate somebody to face Shayna that has needed a boss battle in Tej, Kaya Toribami.
Oh.
And then my last two is WWE will host a PLE Entertainment feature. You know what? Mario was coming.
Oh, that's huge.
And then my final one is something we have already kind of talked about before. Mayu Iwatani will wrestle a match for WWE.
Yeah, but
Interesting.
I've already mentioned in the Discord, like there's I'm just waiting to say like, hey, which episode of WWE the Netflix show Untold or whatever it's called. I forgot, but whatever episode of that show where you're gonna see Triple H go to that whiteboard for WrestleMania and then just write somewhere probably under night two Kabuki Warriors versus Thunder Rock.
Oh snap! Oh snap! So, oh, by the way, I have come up with five. I just added two to make five, so I do have five as well.
I can think of five off the top of the dome that are pretty good.
Okay, you
Well,
want?
you said you had three honorable mentions too.
I don't have any honorable mentions. Do you, Ruckus?
No, I don't. I'm going to straight to the five.
Okay, you want to do your five?
All right.
All right, fire away.
Number five. Tam does show up in Margot. Sonny
Okay.
Gutierrez, as much of a bullshit artist as that man is at times, you do not drop that name in that match without some level of credibility. And if we have to follow lore, because we gotta remember Tam lore, Tam
Hmm.
has yet to beat Mayu.
That's true.
And
That is
she
true.
needs closure. If she's gonna call it a career, she needs closure. And also, she did as much as I said it was a perfect ending for her and Saya. She owes Julia that last match. She
Oh
legit
snap!
owes Julia that last match.
Oh snap! Okay.
Speaking of which, number four, and this is the one where you start put it to tinfoil hat territory, but it's like I said, bold prediction.
Okay.
Julia, on behalf of WWE, will step into an ice ribbon ring.
Oh shoot!
Good God.
And it will
Dang!
not be a dojo show.
You think it might be like a Ribbon Mania or a Yokohama Ribbon?
Yep.
Oh Lord! Oh God! you that'll create a lot of buzz.
She owes Ice Ribbon that match. And if WWE is making the inroads that they're making, Ice Ribbon has to be part of that deck of cards that they need.
Okay.
Third, like I said, I shared also Misfit. WWE will host a pay per view in Japan
Okay.
and formally announce partnerships with Marigold, Ice Ribbon, and Tej.
Oh shoot.
There's enough relationships there to develop into it.
And
Number two,
you got two more.
Oh, did you say Antige?
yes,
You crazy.
dude. There have been rumblings for years, and it's mostly because of Natty.
Yep. Natty's a catalyst.
If it like, if it wasn't for the fact that she already had the match with Yamashita at Bloodsport,
Yep.
That would have been that would have been the launching pad match. Granted, those two want that lick back. So
Yep. She's even said so.
mm-hmm. Two, buy Dream Queendom this time next year. The Phoenix Queen will be dead, and the Golden Phoenix will rise again.
What? Oh my God, he went for it. Okay. 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 Oh wow. Okay.
And there's a reason why I'm going this way. There's a reason. Number one, you
I'm adding on to his going Phoenix will rise again. Momo Watanabe will be the catalyst for it.
Oh shoot. Okay.
it wouldn't be Momo. There's one other person that would break Saya mentally to
Oh, I know
force
where
her
this
to the
is
Golden
going.
Phoenix.
I know where this is going.
And that leads into my other main prediction. The bold prediction. Because by this point, there's one promotion that would have already then joined that United Japan deal that they have going on.
Uh-huh.
At Dream Queendom 2026, you will have a formal announcement of the rebirth of the Dream Slam in the spirit of the Dream Slam, which means, as much as I would like it to be Stardom alone, it can't be. It will be Stardom. It will be Marigold. It will be Sendai. It will be Tej. And it will be Marvelous.
Wow. I mean, put that United Japan relationship to action. I mean, I I can't put it past them.
Mm-hmm. And I wouldn't be surprised if they try to do it the weekend or the day right after Wrestle Kingdom.
And let me guess, the idea with this being a part of it is that this opens a gateway to a segment with Utami and Saya.
Mm-hmm. You make the announcement, or you make the announcement earlier, and you just have Utami look at Saya dead in the eye. You're like, what happened to you?
Well, when I said Momo was the catalyst, he still would be, but not like in impact. He'd start the catalyst.
Yeah, but if there's anybody that could really like put an atom bomb into her mind to Saya, it's Utami.
Like this is why I said Momo has to be the one to beat Saya because her downfall, her losing to the person who basically made the choice that she is right now, would break her mentally.
As far as
Well,
vulnerable.
yeah, to the point where she's going to need somebody like Utami back in her life.
Ooh, those are bold. Those are really bold. Man. Okay. Well, I
I
guess
feel like I should have added on add on to my honorable mentions, Julia being on these Italy WWE pay-per-view time, but I'm not so
oh.
sure. We did it for her booking.
Okay. So I guess I'm up now. So yes, I did come up with 5. Okay, no particular order. One bold prediction I have. I do believe that we will get Miyu Watanabe defending the Princess of Princess Championship at Grand Princess against Yuka Sakazaki, the only pillar she has left to beat.
I was about to say, I mean, I like to hope you could do this highlight.
Yeah. So I guess you could say that's a simple one that I have. So there's that one. Two, I do believe that Stardom will come back to the US, and I do believe that Natsupoi and Ami Sourei will make the trip. Okay? Three. Now I'm starting to get into dark territory. And as much as I support this promotion, I have a bold prediction that Ice Ribbon's going to get acquired. And
We know what before you do that. I think it's three easy to Rockets League prediction.
so I'm thinking they're going to either get acquired by Marigold, Stardom, or WWE.
Remember, there's a reason why I said Julia would step foot in the Ice Ribbon ring.
Yeah.
Because unfortunately, I see those wheels turning.
Yeah. And just Ice Ribbon, let's keep it real. It's almost kind of like they're on minimal life support. I mean, they don't sell out. Their dojo shows are tiny, and it's like they even struggle to get even 1/4 to 1/2 of Corcoran Hall sold. I mean, Ribbon Mania is their biggest show, but even then, like, it still struggles. But I do think, Ribbon Mania this year, I mean, the card looks awesome. But I just have a bad feeling they're going to get acquired. So,
Well, considering the ownership situation in Ice Ribbon, uh, considering the fact that Fujimoto has not really stepped foot back in the ring since the Mayu match, at least in an Ice Ribbon ring.
mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, you also got to consider the fact that it's kind of like Highlander. There could only be one of these promotions that acts like TNA
Mm-hmm.
within Joshi, and it's either them or Actress Girls. And at least Actress Girls has somehow gotten a little bit of their act together lately.
Mm-hmm.
Because I have a feeling they're eventually gonna fully dedicate themselves to be a wrestling promotion.
Yeah. Yeah, good point. Which is what I'm hoping for, because they could really use that.
Yeah, Ice Ribbon. It's sad to do it because there's so many people tied to Ice Ribbon.
Yeah.
It's it's almost like ECW in a way. That them and Actress Girls, they're almost like ECW in a way.
Yeah. And it's sad too because they put on some good matches in Ice Ribbon.
Mm-hmm.
And I got the honor of attending Ribbon Mania um last year. And it was a blast. One of my favorite shows that I went to in Japan. So, I mean, I just hope it'll be in good hands if it does happen, and in some way, shape, or form, I do hope I'm wrong on that, and that Ice Ribbon can continue to push forward. But
My
if it,
question is if everybody well for their light on that because at the end of the year, WWE is no longer going to be in Chicago.
yeah, so
Yeah, that's the main thing. Yeah, like Ritz, you mentioned the three candidates that you thought would be person at Stardom, they would treat it like just another part of library Stardom World,
Yeah.
and which basically means nothing at this stage.
Stardom, I don't know if
Marigold,
Stardom. I don't know. I don't know if Stardom has a promotion to be in the position to buy a company. Though.
yeah,
Um, with
there's that.
with Bushiroad backing, it might go under the Bushiroad umbrella,
Yeah,
but
It would look more like New Japan by from the middle of
yeah,
Stardom.
it would still be under the Bushiroad umbrella, but they wouldn't have it run as a separate company. Then
yeah,
they're remember Bushiroad is not as big as Cyberfight, where Cyberfight can legit have 5 or 6 promotions
yeah,
running
Well,
simultaneously. And
Cyberfight could buy Ice Ribbon, but given how much uh, Rossi could tell us that he blows by bringing in Rio to shows, they do not have the money to buy Ice Ribbon.
well,
um, over time,
yeah,
maybe not instantly, but over time, because I mean, I don't think Ice Ribbon costs so much. I mean, they have a small roster. The main thing that sticks out the most about Ice Ribbon is history and lineage.
yeah,
I mean, we're talking about a promotion that was founded by Emi Sakura. So there's a lot of history and lineage behind it, which
I could see AEW buying Ice Ribbon.
that could be either a good thing or a bad thing.
yeah. Well, let's see. Tony Khan might do it as a favor to Emi Sakura in a way. That way it could
Also,
still be
Sheila worked
alive, but
yesterday too.
at the same time, unfortunately, considering the fact that Tony Khan has to be involved in the booking of almost every one of his shows,
Yep.
he doesn't delegate. It adds another show onto his plate. And like I mentioned, this isn't a TV show. It's a touring company that you legitimately have to follow through on.
I mean, two people, I mean,
Hmm.
at one point, Ring of Honor was a fully group show, the touring.
Yeah, and look where Ring of Honor is now. It's essentially witness protection.
Yeah. The crazy thing is that way. Yet they score big when they do pay-per-views. It's crazy.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. That's the whole AEW umbrella. Like everything else leading up to the pay per view, they completely fuck up on.
Hmm.
Yet the pay per view hits the mark. We are happy. We're happy. We got a good show, and then they start all the bullshit again.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
the bad part of it.
there's the reason why Bandito and Protector on match of the year. So,
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
that's the main thing. But it's almost the same thing if you WWE buys Size Ribbon. That the only major hope that you have if WWE buys Size Ribbon is just looking at how they dealt with TNA, not with TNA, with AAA,
Literally. Yeah.
where they didn't completely Americanize it. They kept a lot of the spirit of AAA alive,
Mm-mm.
but they added enough star power where you can tell there's a clear difference
and they
between them.
didn't say like you're going to take over forever for AAA.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it's the same thing. Like you just added enough of a difference where there's an actual legitimate difference to an American audience between them and CMLL, other than the fact that they're two different companies that utterly despise each other.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Yeah. You do that with Ice Ribbon. You build from the legacy of that and you let it run the shows. Now, granted, there's some things you need to change. Like you can't have literal children under contract,
Yeah.
but if you're not going to use Marigold, as a place for excursions, you can definitely use Ice Ribbon if you own it
Right.
as a place for excursions. Since now you control it. But in my heart of hearts, I want Ice Ribbon to continue on its own.
Same.
I think you had what, two left? Two left lists?
Yes. So the two I have left.
I should have added new NWA going out versus two, but I forgot about that. I
Huh.
forgot about NWA.
So another bold prediction I have: Yuki Mashiro signs with Stardom. And
What was that again?
last, what's up?
Who's that with Stardom?
Yuki Mashiro. She's been competing on the last couple of New Bloods, and just recently competed on the Christmas Eve show. She's the one that was saying former Triangle Ribbon champion and Ice Cross Infinity champion. Had quite a stint in Ice Ribbon. It's been freelancer. And then finally, my last one is we're gonna get a sold out Seriism next year in Corcoran Hall.
Not even really go Corcoran Hall. Okay.
Yeah, it's only because they have yet to do one in Corcoran Hall.
Yeah, Sari's been pretty adamant about trying to stay in Shinjuku face, but at a point you have to expand.
Well, thankfully, number 10 will be in the Yokohama Budokan, which bold, really bold, but I think it'll sell out. Not only that, they got time. They got time for it because it's not until March 22nd, and it's Seri's 15th anniversary as well. So I think they
Well,
can.
I'm trying to figure. Well, I'm just trying to figure out how WWE when they do run in terms of what venue they're going to do. The only the two that I can think of, I would technically they could absolutely sell out the Tokyo Dome. You know what to. Um, Mizoku and Budokan are the three venues I was thinking of.
Although I'm still on the hopes that Seri will at some point do a U.S. Seriism.
The- I think there's a chance also that WWE does partner with WWE for a series and show,
Hmm.
and maybe Mike and Natty to get on the show.
That's going to be the difficult part because an American Sariism show, it's a lot more volatile politically than it's a Japanese one. Because luckily, in at least in Japan,
Hmm.
Sari has built up enough relationships where people are more than willing to work with her
True. Yeah, that's a
in
good
that
point.
sense, and are willing to do those cards. If you try to do an American Sariism card, it cannot be solely Joshi's. It sadly it can't.
Yeah.
You have to get American talent with American promotions, and you're either gonna run into independent talent that a lot of people don't know,
Hmm.
or talent that are tied to WWE via WWID, AEW, or TNA.
So you
If,
think
if,
it'll be a
if they
low
do
scale Seriism?
It kind of has to be if it's in the US.
if they do a series show in the U.S., I would treat it as if it was a Bloodsport show. Yeah, or at least do that same thing.
Yeah, because like an American Sorryism show, you probably you would want to have Julia on there.
Good point.
That would be the place where you could have Julia versus Hikaru Shida.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's if if- that's if
Yeah, but
the whole AEW thing.
that's what I mean. It's a lot more volatile politically, which is like as much as I would love an American Sorryism card, it's a little bit too difficult to manage
It,
to get American talent to go on your show that are not tied to the big players here. They're not gonna get the big players to get their hands into Sorryism and try to dictate it. Because that's the one thing about Sorryism that makes it special. Like it's a collaborative effort with Sorryism.
Now let me ask you this: do you think there's a better chance of it having more flair if say Sari aimed at doing it during Mania week?
Depends. It's kind of what Washington depends on who they are allowed to have and who they can get.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Fair.
because that's the thing. You still run into the same problem. Unfortunately, if you try to have Sorryism the during Mania weekend, you probably had
Like,
to tie it with the collective.
because the only reason
Oh.
Josh Barnett to get people like Natty and Charlie Dempsey and Creed on Shane and everybody on Bloodsport is because he's friends with the late.
Yeah. Yeah, they're friends.
Yeah, like they're yeah. That's the thing. They're friends on it. But granted, Sari is also friends on it. She does go, I think, whenever she does wind up in the U.S. for Sukuban. If
I
she's
mean,
by the
I mean,
area,
she's
she does
I
go
can
into a
tell they're
dojo.
still on good terms with
Mm-hmm.
the current members of the WWE's.
Yeah.
Like, Triple H, Shawn Michaels, and William Regal, and Matt
Oh no.
Morgan.
Yeah, yeah. Sari actually, like on the individual basis, she has great relationships
Yeah.
with
So
the
those
people
are
in
good friends.
WWE.
He said in the interview that he
Yeah,
would be open to going back
yeah.
for
The main problem,
uh,
unfortunately, is that while you may have individual relationships that are good with WWE, unfortunately, then you run into the fact that those relationships were built pre TKO. And unfortunately, TKO, Ari Emanuel, he's granted not behavior wise as far as perverse behavior, but Ari Emanuel is a lot more like Vince than people don't want, and some people may want to admit from an entertainment standpoint.
Mm. No, that's understandable. Yeah. But
And not to mention, like, you do that, then if you do an American Sorryism, if you do it with WWE talent, you know it's going to come with a caveat that Sorry signed with WWE.
mm-hmm.
At that point, like I said, Sorry but to have Mako on speed dial, say like, give me your exact contract.
well, I don't know because Josh Barnett's not playing WWE, and they still do the glove part there.
Yeah, they do it in that manner, but it's only the usual suspects.
Ah.
It's Dempsey, it's Pete Dunne, it's Natty.
And we've seen Bloodsport able to pull off WWE with stardom matches.
Yeah, I think that's the only one that's a bit of a surprise because I'm a bit surprised that it that did let Carmen Petrovic and Micah
It'll be
go
up to
the
the
way it did.
and Konami as well.
Hmm. But then again, that's the good thing. Like Triple H is good friends with Josh Barnett. Dana White
Mm-hmm.
is still somehow good friends with Josh Barnett. So there's still ties there that gets it enough at the door with TKO. Sari doesn't have that, at least with TKO. She has it with certain levels of WWE, but not TKO.
I see.
I don't know. I think given they do let the talent go out, it's doing well she's now. Uh, like for example, like Mara Fuji's now in the contract for WWE, and he's head booker of Pro Wrestling Noah, and the no, it's nobody knows.
Mm-hmm.
Conan really signed to WWE, and he's head booker of AAA. So like you know, I think that be willing to do sorry with them without having to have people sign. But again, like I said, it depends on who is available to actually do the show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this is the difficult part of it. Like on an individual basis, yeah, there's no problem in Sareism having WWE talent. It's the baggage that comes with it that's the issue. Because then if you have WWE talent, that pretty much that may eliminate any AEW talent that you may get. And that might be vice versa too.
Mm-hmm.
If it's an AEW show, that may eliminate any potential WWE unless you really, really negotiate well
Right.
in that manner. Like the main thing with Bloodsport, like I said with Stardom, luckily it's still Stardom. It's still its own company, even under New Japan.
Right.
And even though they have a working relationship with AEW, it's not on paper.
Right.
So like,
It's
I
not.
would say, like, you think if they got relationships with AEW, AEW really have no say in who can what partnerships would be.
And then we saw
Like,
this year G1 happen.
like,
Yeah.
if WWE wants to have a partnership with New Japan has presumably a full entire right to do so.
That's the thing. Well, that's fallen lines with Bushiroad. Bushiroad is perfectly fine with having AEW as a partner
Mm-hmm.
because they can easily send their top stars to sign with AEW, and they'll still be able to use them without having to pay for them.
Ah.
And well, no, like well established at this point that Lucha Road wanted Nakamura to be Tanahashi retirement match. Like, regardless of what Tony Khan wants to say, Okada was not their first choice.
Oh no, Mr. Magoo knew that Nakamura was the first choice.
There we go. Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Magoo knew that, but the problem is Tony Khan probably threw a tantrum and said like, "Okay, you want to have Nakamura? I'm no longer signing your talent, and any talent that I already signed that had ties to you, they're no longer showing up. So you can count them out of this year's G1, and maybe they say, hey, maybe I may just do Forbidden Door with just CMLL this year."
Oof.
Tony Khan can throw that large of a tantrum, and suddenly that relationship Bushiroad has, it's a lot more tenuous because, and unfortunately, Tanahashi isn't just a talent anymore. He's actually a corporate president
Yep. Mr. Ace
of
President.
the. Yep. And at that point, you have to think about, okay, what is best for the company? I could have my match in either,
I'm
like
completely honest.
yeah, like what's best for the company. Okay, I could have my retirement match, but I screw over the entire rest of the roster. particularly the ones that wanted to go to the US under the New Japan banner.
Ah,
First of all, I would just cut all contributions to anybody.
ah. But we got
So
through
yeah,
these.
I feel like what time it is. You've been going on for a good long while, but we have a lot of things to go through. That hearing awards was a lot new,
Indeed,
but I'm glad I
indeed.
did it. I could post it on Twitter tomorrow. You know if I'm doing that. I don't know what it is. Well, yeah,
But
but
yeah,
yeah.
thank y'all so much for hanging in there with us. Blood Money, shout out to you. It's good seeing you. Andy of the Tokyo Joshi Pod, the man behind the Tokyo Joshi Pod. Shout out to you. Thanks for joining us. Um,
And like I said, we might do something for Dream Queendom. We will find out. If not, we'll do a review of the show. Uh, a few days after, I guess. We find out. Uh,
indeed. Raucus, go ahead and fire off your socials and let us know what you got brewing.
Well, you can, like I said, you can definitely catch me. Same handle, Rockers99 on Twitter. Elon, I will never call it X because who you can fuck yourself on that one. But but obviously Twitter, IG, Threads, Blue Sky, Spill, pretty much any social media platform. I made sure to tie that name myself to it. And
Ricky
we're
X is
trying
going
to
to be
we're
called
trying to
EXP.
do a little bit this year. We've had for obviously familial issues and other areas coming in, but I know we're trying to do at least this week, either Monday or Tuesday, a new episode of the Powerful Bomb Box Report with me and Mike Wilson and Gail Varkenthal, because we do have to talk about
Oh, God.
that god awful Jake Paul Anthony Joshua card.
I mean, you don't.
No, we unfortunately do, and we have to go through the year because luckily earlier we would technically say yesterday, right now,
Right.
we did have a good card with Junto Nakatani and Naoya Inoue on the cards co-main events, previewing their big fight, and possibly now Inoue facing Bam Rodriguez, which is that's a salivating fight. And sadly enough, obviously talking Terrence Crawford's retirement, and I get why he's doing it. I don't like that he's doing it, but Alexander Usyk calling out the husk of Deontay Wilder for a fight.
There we
Oh,
go.
my God. They're doing a live stream. I guess the theme song of Luna and Tina and the YouTube
Yeah,
channel. This is about that. It's funny.
yeah, like Scuff. I forgot what I had to blame that ref that stopped Joseph Parker and Fabio Wardley. Like you caused this mess.
Hey, let it all out. Hey, I can dig it. I can dig that. But yeah. So for me, and I'll let you, Misfit, take us home. For me, um, you can find me on all social media as well: YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Blitzball Champ, and Blitzball Champ Gaming. If you go to my YouTube, um, Blitzball Champ, you can also find my link tree, which can connect you to each and every one of my social media platforms. And I do uh, pro wrestling talks, Carolina Panthers talk, previews, reviews, some game streams here and there. Talk a little bit of anime, talk a little bit of life, but most of all, pro wrestling. So definitely, if you like what you see, uh, continue to support the Joshi Cyber Squad podcast here, as well as our individual channels. Misfit, how about you?
Yeah, you can find my social. Just and that's not what it is. But it's 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm trying to figure out what my social is on now.
Yeah.
Piles are full of Twitter. District Wrestling Pod on Instagram. District Wrestling Podcast on YouTube. And obviously, just to the top slash Twitter account at Joshi Cyber Squad. I'm both real and you look at them on YouTube that were on my ones. I don't think all that stuff. I'm sleepy. I want to go to
Yeah,
bed.
we're pretty much about tapped out here at the um,
if,
Joshi Cyber
if we
Squad.
didn't have if we didn't have to do the year of the awards, we probably would have had the show this stuff.
Yeah, but thank y'all so much for coming through. And just in case we don't see y'all again before the new year, hope everybody has a happy new year. Um, we will see y'all in 2026, and just you know keep an eye out on us. There'll be much more to come, and yeah, I'm predicting it'll be a great year. 2025 was pretty solid, um, but I think 2026 we hope that'll take it up a
2025
notch.
stuff for me personally.
Oh,
For, for completely
was
different,
it rough for you?
for completely different
Ah, fair, fair.
personally.
Um, I'm kind of half and half, but nah, I got you. Um, but I hope 2026 will be 10 times better for each of us, individually, collectively, all of the above. But thank y'all so much for myself, Blitzball Champ, for Matt the Misfit, for Raucus. Shout out to Andy of the Tokyo Joshi Pod. We will see y'all in the next video and our live stream. Happy New Year. See y'all in 2026. Night, everybody.